Audio check. Good morning, everybody. All right, good morning and welcome to Docket 260104, the annual review of the rate adjustment mechanisms of the United Illuminating Company. My name is Tom Wheel. I'm the interim chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. I am joined today by my remarkable colleagues, Vice Chairman David Arconti, interim commissioners Jan Beecher and Holly Cheeseman, and Everett Smith is beaming in from an undisclosed location, but he can hear you, so don't say anything rude about him. We are here today for the first evidentiary hearing in this proceeding. We have an agenda in front of us today, and we will start with appearances from the parties and interveners. So United Illuminating.
Good morning, Commissioner Wheel, Chairman Wheel, excuse me, Vice Chairman Arconti, Commissioners Beecher, Cheeseman, and Smith virtually. Brendan Vaughn from the law firm Keegan Werlin LLP on behalf of the United Illuminating Company, and I am joined by Carrie Gawaski of Oppengrid.
Very good. OCC.
Good morning, Kim White for OCC. I'm joined by Director Minikowski, Allison McCorney, Rory Apollonia, Albert Zablosky, and Commissioner, Council Coleman.
Thank you. Deep. Thank you. AG's office? No? CIEC?
Thank you. I'm technically challenged when it's not Monday morning. So, good morning, Chair Wheel and Commissioners. Jay Goodman of the law firm of Couch White LLP, appearing on behalf of the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to enter an appearance? I don't think we had anyone else on the party or intervener list, but just didn't want to skip anyone. Any administrative matters before we move on to the evidentiary hearing? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Before we do start the hearing, I just wanted to flag, as I've been flagging in other recent dockets, that we commissioners might be jumping in with questions at any time. We might be interrupting folks over on that table or that table. Sorry in advance about that. I'm also going to pause for commissioner questions at the end after all the parties have conducted cross. So I just wanted to give a heads up, mostly to the witness panel, that suddenly voices might be coming from an undisclosed, unrecognized location. That's probably us. With that, Attorney Vaughn, do you want to introduce the panel for the record before I swear them in?
Yes, and just not quite an administrative matter, Commissioner Wheel, Chairman Wheel. I'll get it right someday, Tom.
That's okay. You just call me Tom.
My apologies. So the company has a large witness panel, which is always the case at the first phase of the RAM. We would propose, consistent with the past RAM dockets, to swear in all the witnesses who sponsored testimony and interrogatory responses, but to seat a core panel of witnesses. And to the extent that cross-examiners and could identify the areas on which they intend to ask questions, that would allow us to bring up the correct subject matter expert. Can, hopefully minimize the shuffling, even if it was to the extent of, like, I have questions on the SBC. I think that kind of matches with what we've done in the RAM in the past. With that, the company's witness panel is Heather Tebbets, Mark Kolka, Jacob Hurwitz, Katarina Miller, John Stanley, David Hernandez, Robert Wieland, Michael Crowley, Elder Romero, Richard Rosa, Joe Marenka, Stephanie Chassé, Kathleen Wasselnack, Nicholas Daniels, Devang Patel, Joel Kopelik, and Christy Prescott.
Thank you very much. To the panel, if you could raise your right hands, I'll administer the oath set forth in General Statutes 1-25. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning the case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I did.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn, is the panel ready to adopt their pre-filed materials?
Yes, they are. To the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record? You might have to come a little bit closer.
Robert Whalen, manager of Clean Energy.
Speak up.
Yeah, come on up to the corner here. Go to the mic.
Attorney Vaughn, they can maybe also approach the podium. Yeah, they figured it out.
Joel Kopelik, Director of Regulatory with United Illuminating.
Richard Rosa, Senior Manager, Clean Energy Policy and Programs.
Devang Patel, General Manager, UIL Holdings.
Stephanie Chassé, Manager of Revenue Recovery.
Kathleen Wasselneck, Supervisor, Credit and Collections.
David Hernandez, Manager for the Programs and Products Group.
Elder Romero, Senior Manager, Advanced Planning.
Mike Crowley, Manager, Clean Energy Policy.
Joe Marenka, Director, Customer Funded Projects.
John Stanley, Principal Analyst.
Christy Prescott, Vice President of Regulatory.
Nicholas Daniels, Director of Billing and Revenue Recovery.
Jacob Hurwitz, Senior Director of Revenue Requirements.
Heather Tabbets, Director of Regulatory.
Oracle.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, Ms. Miller, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Whelan, Mr. Oh, Katarina. Okay.
Katarina Miller, Manager, Electric Supply.
Excuse me. Mr. Stanley, Ms. Miller, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Whelan, Mr. Crowley, Mr. Romero, Mr. Rosa, and Mr. Hurwitz. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's known and measurable filing on January 15th, 2026 and marked as Exhibits A, F1 through F3, G, J, and K? And do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits not previously identified for the record? And Mr. Crowley, could you please explain the nature of that change?
Yeah, for the IES program, there will be a slight reduction in category 1 costs due to a third-party contractor supporting the program, no longer supporting the program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley. Subject to that correction, do you all adopt your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of your sworn testimony in this case? Thank you. Mr. Kolka, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's proposed rates filing on February 13th, 2026, marked as Exhibit A and Attachment 1, which includes Exhibits C, K1 through 5, and L through Z, Attachment 2 and Attachment 3?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
I do.
Could you explain the nature of those corrections?
Yes, we made some changes to the known and measurable values for the non-bypassable FMCC. Those are shown filed in CAE 027. And we also have to include in the next rate filing for the SBC, there was the known and measurable change for the January through April previous balance revenue adjustment that was inadvertently excluded from Exhibit H in the February 13th filing.
And thank you, Mr. Kolka. And subject to those corrections, do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kolka, Ms. Tebbets, and Mr. Hurwitz, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's March 2nd, 2026 full RAM filing and marked as exhibits A, B, D, E, F, G, H, I, Y, and attachments A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
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 And did you also review the corrected versions of attachments C and D submitted by the company on March 6th, 2026?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits not previously identified for the record?
Yes.
Could you explain the nature of those changes, Mr. Hurwitz?
Yes, we have slight changes to each of the tables that relate to capital projects in the testimony and the narrative. In the testimony on page 12, we provide table 1. That table denotes the matching payment program as a known and measurable project status that should instead say in service. Similarly, in the narrative on page 8, oh, excuse me, my computer is freezing here. Yeah, apologies, and feel free to remind me of that however many times is required. Similarly, on page 8 of the narrative, we denote the 3 capital projects, NRES, add-on netting and SAM, RRES, add-on netting and MFAH, and interconnection 100-day sprint as known and measurable needs review. We do intend for those projects to be reviewed by PURA at some point, but since they are not currently in service, our intention is for those to be reviewed in future proceedings for prudence once they are in service. So we would like to strike needs review from this table, and similarly on page 14, table 2 in the narrative, the matching payment program is denoted as known and measurable, similar to the change in the testimony that should be denoted as in service as it went into service in November 2025. Additionally, we are aware of the notice of admitted evidence that PURA put forth last week. We assume that PURA will be evaluating the split of SBC funds between UI and Eversource to determine the appropriate funding percentages, and we'll just note that a change relative to the percentage from last year, docket 250104, would impact the known and measurable amount that we've put forth, what was reflected in our known and measurable filing, followed last year's filing.
Thank you. And Mr. Hurwitz, does the company anticipate submitting any additional information to PURA in this case?
Yes, the company will be filing its standard interrogatory filing consistent with the procedural schedule. Additionally, the company notes that, as we've to some extent just heard, the company has identified several areas of the case that should be updated, and also consistent with the final decision in docket number 241004, in response to our motion of reconsideration that changed the ROE, which will impact the revenue requirement on the capital projects that we've put forth, and also the revenue decoupling mechanism. The company has historically filed supplemental testimony after its FERC Form 1 has been submitted in order to provide the most up-to-date information related to the TAC. The company anticipates following a similar cadence in this case, encompassing all known updates to the rates it's proposed in this filing.
Thank you. And subject to the clarifications and corrections you just identified, do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
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 Thank you. And Ms. Tebbets, Mr. Kolka, Ms. Miller, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Patel, Mr. Daniels, Ms. Chasse, Mr. Stanley, Mr. Rosa, Mr. Crowley, Mr. Hurwitz, Ms. Wasselnack, and Mr. Romero. Did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you have any changes or updates to any of your responses to interrogatories submitted in this case?
No.
And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yeah.
Yes.
And lastly, Mr. Hurwitz, are you familiar with the interrogatories submitted in this case sponsored by Jack Jessup, specifically OCC 008 and OCC 009?
I am.
And for the purposes of admission into the record, do you adopt these interrogatory responses?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. We'll start with authority staff.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Norton with Authority Staff. Good to see you all again. My questions are going to be specific to a few questions on full-time equivalencies, FTEs, LMPs, and the effect on the PPAs. Just one short question on uncollectibles. And then my final two areas will be on bond funding for this year and some potential procedural changes being considered from docket number 24-1205 to discuss. So I'm going to start in that order on FTEs. And in reference to Exhibit F2 from the company's known and measurable filing, it looks like the company's hired less FTEs for the clean energy and grid modernization programs in 2025 compared to what was anticipated. Does that sound correct? At least in compared to what was anticipated last year, I should clarify.
One moment.
Katarina Miller. That is correct. There are two vacancies actually that are as a result of the process that has been implemented for hiring. Those positions are being procured as we speak. We do have process in place, and we have engaged human resources for seeking the appropriate candidates for those positions.
Thank you. Are those two positions a part of the, I think approximately, in this year's Exhibit F2, it looks like there's roughly a 3 FTE increase for 2026. Would those two be included, rolled over essentially into 2026?
That is correct.
Okay. And can the company just generally for the roughly 3 FTEs proposed in 2026, just a hiring timeline and statuses of the roles being presented for 2026 in Exhibit F2?
Yeah, the roles that are presented on the F2 are accurate.
Is there a timeline that the company is expecting to hire those? And if so, when roughly?
The expected timeline is first half of 2026.
First half, okay. So sometime in Q2 is what it sounds like.
Correct.
Okay. The company responded to CAE3, and within attachment 1, it looks like the total number of FTEs were updated to approximately, I think, 21.75 compared to Exhibit F2 had 21 FTEs. Is that correct? Sound correct? I guess I'm just curious, assuming that you're seeing the same as me, what programs and roles does that extra 0.75 FTE relate to?
Mr. Norton, could I trouble you to help me understand where you're seeing 21.75?
Sure, just give me one moment. It should be the total of column H,
I see. Thank you. And so
2175,
you're comparing
2026 involvement, yes.
that sum to the similar sum on Exhibit F2, page 1, column F.
Yeah, which I believe is 21 flat, right?
I see. Just one moment. Thank you for the patience. We were just reviewing some of the details and comparing between the two. I think to give you an accurate answer, we'd have to take a late file to explain the 0.75 FTE change, if that would be amenable.
And Mr. Chairman, to the extent that we've historically not taken late files, though that was
My apologies.
last year. So we're happy to either supplement CAE 3 or do late file 1, whatever the commission would prefer.
I'm okay with a supplement to CAE 3 if that's appropriate.
I offered a late file out of instinct, so I'm just accepting it.
Yeah, I think we could do a supplement, and so long as we're okay, as the company's okay with, and this goes to any circumstance that arises during this hearing, with when we come back for hearing 2, being able to speak to whatever supplement is filed.
Of course.
Sure. So I'll record. Well, so that's a supplement to CAE 3, attachment 2, was it?
It's attachment 1 and it's to compare to exhibit F2, just the difference in total FTEs being presented there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I guess maybe as a follow-up, which I don't know if you can answer this, but how many total FTEs are actually included in the May 1st, 26 rate? Would it be 21 or 21.75?
I'm going to answer that question in a couple of parts. So first, there's the number of FTEs that actually charged time to a RAM rate component in 2025, the so-called test year in this case. And then second is the number of FTEs that we've reflected in our known and measurable adjustments. So I think in the minutes before we walked into this hearing room today, we filed a supplemental response to CAE 45, providing some insight into the individuals that actually charge time to the RAM rate components in 2025. I candidly don't recall the number of FTEs in that data request response offhand. I think it's slightly less than 20, subject to check. But what is reflected in the rates that we have proposed in this case would be what was, in terms of the known and measurable adjustment, would be what was reflected in our known and measurable filing. So what the value from the January 15th filing would be what flows through the rates we've put forth in this proceeding.
Okay. Thank you. So then it wouldn't be likely that if there was any discrepancy between the company's response within CAE 3, that would have been included in all those known and measurable updates or changes that I think the company had referenced in CAE 27, if I heard that correctly.
I don't recall it being there, but if you just give us a moment, we'll check and confirm.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, is that the difference? Oh, so we know the answer now.
That's right. We've described a number of changes to come. Some are corrections, some stem from the motion for reconsideration decision that I think came out last week, but I don't recall this being one of them. So as of when we had walked in here, we had not contemplated changing the RAM rates for this 0.75 FTE discrepancy. As we just talked about, we'll supplement CAE 3 attachment 1 to describe the reason for that difference. And if we feel it's appropriate to update the known and measurable, we will, include some explanation as to why that is and how it affects our rates. But as of now, that's not reflected in what we've put forth.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to.
And my apologies, I have one more comment on that. Again, thinking on the two parts I mentioned earlier, there's the actual experience in 2025 and then the known and measurable projection of what's going to happen in 2026. That's how it works every year. There's actuals and then a projection for the upcoming year. And if our known and measurable adjustments end up being off for whatever reason, if we hire someone sooner or later, if they're, a very experienced candidate and they may get a higher salary, if they're relatively less experienced, get a lower salary, or any other, the deviation between our expectations and actuals, that all gets reconciled and trued up in future proceedings. We reflect our best expectation of what will happen in the future in the known and measurable filing, but we only defer and seek recovery of the costs that we actually incur. So if we end up not hiring someone who just hypothetically was included in the known and measurable adjustment, we would return whatever money is appropriate to ratepayers in the next year with carrying costs.
I actually have a follow-up on that. First, I'll interrupt myself. Can we set a deadline for these supplements of the 16th? Would that work for the company? That's a week from today.
Yes.
Thank you. The follow-up, Mr. Hurwitz, I had the same thought when I heard staff question about the start date for the employees, that, the reconciliation will ultimately take care of that. What happens though if hypothetically, if the company spent 10 times more money in reality than it now expects to, what recourse would Pura have next year to say, hey, that's not what we talked about?
So I'll describe, I think, mechanically what may occur in that hypothetical. So we've put forth our filing here, and let's just say hypothetically Pura approved it exactly as we filed. And then, like you said, in September of this year, whatever month, we hire 200 people just for the RAM, and they all charge their time just to the MBF MCC and the SBC. Well, we'd show up next year with presumably larger deferral balances than were expected, and I would anticipate questions around, what time was charged to these RAM rates, and then potentially a finding that those costs were imprudent and have those costs be disallowed. Or maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's some other docket or proceeding that resulted in the need to hire a significant number of FTEs. And then we'd explain that there was such and such development after we filed the case, and here's reasons A, B, and C. But I would expect that any costs we seek to recover, any actual costs that we seek to recover, would be subject to a prudence review, and Pura's recourse in the event our costs were incurred imprudently would be to disallow those costs.
Thanks. And one just really quickly, very mechanical follow-up. So in the world where we're still currently living, where the prudence questions are addressed in phase 2, we'd hypothetically set rates to account for those. We'd set the May rate to account for that, to true up the company to that higher cost. And then upon a finding of imprudence in phase two, we'd reduce that back in when we set the September rate, the July rate.
Yeah, I think that that's absolutely one way that it could work. I know traditionally or typically phase one has not focused on questions of prudence. I do recall some, I don't want to say findings of imprudence, but I'll call them, prudence related adjustments in years past. I think there was one to the RDM and 220104 in the phase one decision. And if there was something as glaring as that, I don't know that I'm not a lawyer. I can't offer a legal opinion, but I might expect that to be something Pura dives into. If it's, just a couple of FTEs, 2, 3, with a relatively smaller dollar value impact on the rates, I could very well see what you described making sense. And given the materiality of the dollars flowing through each of the RAM components, if it's just a small handful of FTEs in question, I wouldn't anticipate that creating, rate shock or volatility for customers. But if it were, 10x or 100x or gigantic, I could see that coming up in phase one.
Okay. And last question, if we made that, I don't have particular concerns about this topic. I'm just sort of following up on what you were talking about, and just to kind of wrap my hands around the mechanics. So if we made that like a retroactive adjustment in phase two to account for what in Pura's view would have been essentially like a mistake in allowing for the higher reconciliation because of imprudence, would that be like a retroactive adjustment? Would it be appropriate for us to say we're bringing that FTE count back down to 3, and we're making that effective as of the May 1st adjustment? So we'd like lower rates, not only forward looking, but also retroactively lower rates plus the carrying costs for, they'd be pretty small, but for the gap of time in between those adjustments. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'll offer 2 comments for your consideration. One is, again, not a lawyer. I don't think it would be retroactive rate making if the phase one decision said, we have reviewed the company's costs and found them to be prudent. And then in phase two, Pura said, well, we've changed our minds. I would anticipate the company having some concerns with that. But my recollection is past phase one orders have had some language, acknowledging that phase two is coming, and Pura anticipates more fulsomely reviewing the prudence of the company's costs. And so again, as a not lawyer, I would think that would make it not retroactive rate making. I understand that the RAM is the venue by which our costs are reviewed and approved for prudence. But then second, I think to your question of if there were a finding in phase two that differed from the assumptions used to set rates in phase one, I don't know that you could necessarily like go back and change the amount of money that the company collected in those months, but I think you could set the rates for the forward-looking period that is the remainder of the RAM year, October through April or whatever it is, to fully reflect the effect of the adjustment. So for example, if it was on an annualized basis, $100,000, I think since you can only set rates on a forward-looking basis, I would think the rates that get set in phase two would reduce the expected revenues we would collect over that 6-month period by $100,000. That wasn't the clearest explanation I've ever given, but does that kind of address your question?
Kind of, I guess. And thanks I wasn't asking for, in my opinion, everything we're doing here is retroactive rate making because when we're reconciling to the past, that's what that is. So we've all sort of collectively agreed that's okay for some reason in these proceedings. I was more asking like very specifically about the gap in time between the 2 adjustments. So if we like realize in phase 2, oops, we overpaid, we've been overpaying since May 1st. Can we set rates to remove, in this circumstance, those incremental FTEs that we decide were imprudent on a forward-looking basis? But also, can we say we've been overpaying since May 1st? Can we incorporate that into the adjustment of the forward-looking rates to basically reconcile to what Pura's view should have been the appropriate adjustment in May?
Yeah, let me try another example that might help, because that's a very fair question. And I agree with you. This is, the same level of retroactive rate making as, any deferral that a utility records. So I'm gonna just imagine that the company incurs $1 million a year in costs that are just unquestioned prudent and required to do the things that the RAM is here to address, and that's all of our costs in the world. And then we come along and say, hey, in addition to that $1 million of costs that we incur every year, we've hired a new person, and that new person comes at a cost of $100,000 a year. So we'd like to collect 1.1 million. And in phase one, PURA does not review the prudence of our cost in detail and approves 1.1 million. And that $1.1 million annual revenue requirement is in effect for 4 months or however long it is. I think in phase two, what you would do is set rates for the remaining 6 months, 7 months, however long, to ensure that over that whole 12-month period, UI only collects $1 million. So I don't think you could go back and undo the rates that we charged the prior months, but I think you could use the months that are remaining in the RAM year to ensure that we collect the amount of money that PURA found prudent.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, PURA staff for.
Excuse me.
And Commissioner Beecher has a follow-up. Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You're rolling back to your original question. What I'd like to know, is there a threshold for which a material change to a known and measurable expense, you mentioned employees, for example, and you just had a job fair and hired 200 people. Is there a threshold at which you would give notice to PURA that a material change to known and measurable has occurred?
Again, I'll answer that in 2 parts. First, I don't recall an explicit threshold for what counts as a known and measurable. I had a vague idea in my head at one point that it was $500,000, but as I reviewed some past PURA materials in preparation for this hearing today, I couldn't find that specifically stated. We, in this case, put forth some information regarding potential known and measurable adjustments to the TAC that were, maybe $100,000 or $200,000 in total. And we said, due to materiality, we have not reflected this as a known and measurable, but we provided the information to PURA for your consideration if you would like to make an adjustment. I am not aware of a materiality threshold for providing an update to PURA if our expectation of that known and measurable adjustment changes. So for example, if in October there's some change in, just to pick a random program, IES program costs, I'm not aware of a materiality threshold for providing a notification to PURA of that.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Hurwitz, I was just going to add to that. I would agree with Mr. Hurwitz's statement about the materiality threshold, but I will note that there's new analysis that we've been asked to do to modify some of the revenues from the power purchase agreements, and that came out of another docket. And so I would say that while I'm not aware of a formal materiality threshold, the authority has specifically identified the PPA revenues as one of those that would maybe be adjusted. And I would also note that, we really actually do appreciate this conversation around FTEs. We do a lot of work on it. As you know, these programs have significantly, well, I wouldn't say significantly, have increased the FTEs commensurate with the workload associated with the dockets that are now recoverable under the non-bypassable FMCC. In years past, it was very stable because the programs were stable. They were not new programs. They were more administering the LREC-ZREC program or other standard PPAs. But with the growth of the cost recovery coming through the non-bypassable FMCC, that's why we're seeing these FTEs. I have seen in years past the company waiting for that final, in some cases, kind of project managers will say, well, let's wait for the final decision in the dockets to actually move forward with some of the hiring, or if we're running into delays, finding appropriate candidates, because there's been uncertainty around making sure that the authority has really seen all those FTEs and that you're comfortable with them. So we actually really do appreciate this conversation. And if there are ways to accelerate that or to think about approving those FTEs in this interim space, it may give more comfort to, kind of the recruitment and appropriateness. I don't want to say guarantee a cost recovery, but the appropriateness of that FTE.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And if I may, I have an answer to Mr. Norton's original question. And I apologize, it took me a minute. I had to go back into my identifier in order to figure it out. But if you look at line 5, you will see that the 2026 projected salary and benefits is 0. And the salary involvement is 75%, but the actual salary involvement is actually 0. So I guess that could have shown a 0 there, and you would have not seen the 21.75%. There is a footnote down on line 38 that says that employee in line 5 was promoted to the position line 4. So it's going to be 0 as far as that dollar value goes.
And just for clarity, those line references were to CAE 3 UI attachment 1. And the question was to your question, Mr. Norton, about the 21 versus the 21.75.
Okay. So then that individual was promoted to another line here then?
That's correct.
Still listed within these programs?
Still listed within this. Yes, that's correct.
Do you know which line that was, just for clarity?
Give me one moment if I may look at my identifier. That is promoted to line 4.
Gotcha. Okay.
So with that, I don't think we need that supplement anymore. Is that
I
correct,
think
Mr.
so,
Norton?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And for now, the commissioners are done interrupting you, so go ahead.
No worries. I'm going to move on to LMPs and the discussion on PPAs.
And Mr. Norton, if you just bear with
Yeah,
us, we're
sure.
up Mr. Stanley.
So in reference to Exhibit F1 from the known and measurable filing, January known and measurable filing, it looks like UI is proposing approximately a $12 million additional net benefit expected in calendar year 2026 compared to essentially what occurred in 2025. Is that right?
As of the first of the year, as of January 1st of this year, yes, correct.
And understanding that the company will be filing updates to this analysis, specifically, I know we have some compliance for March 13th and April 13th in advance of the proposed and final interim decision. My question is, does the company have any new insight into how January and February LMPs have materialized and whether that original $12 million estimate net benefit to customers has changed at all as of this current point in time?
Yes, we do have additional insight on that. As you said, at the inception is about $12 million. And all these numbers that I'm giving you include actuals for the specific month that I'm speaking about. At the end of January, so if the annual LMP was around $72 on January 1st, including the January actuals and the forecast update as of the end of January, that LMP was around $85. So that would have essentially moved the excess to about $41 million. In February, however, including February actuals and the updated forecast for the balance of the year, that annual LMP fell back to 72. So that put us essentially back to $12 million. So there was an increase and then a decrease over the space of 2 months, essentially.
Okay. Is there any particular trends that the company is seeing in the wholesale energy market with respect to what's currently happening in the Middle East? And, obviously, who knows what's going to happen, but is there anything the company can offer?
We took a look at the close on Friday and if we were to use that date as a stop point, there was an additional $7 million of excess revenue due to increased prices in the power market. So that would put it to about $19 million. Now, it's up to debate whether that's directly linked to the situation in the Middle East or not, but it certainly is suggestive.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know March is also particularly a pretty volatile month. So, seeing the April 13th, we'll obviously have the interim decision before then, but it'd be, around that time, we'll be looking at that closely, I think. Switching gears to some questions I have on the large overcollection on the NBFMCC at the end of 2025, but still in relation to LMPs and PPAs. In reference to the company's interrogatory response to CAE 26, the company stated, quote, "Since the actual 2023 LMPs were much lower than the actual January through April 2025 LMPs, the actual net expenses for the nuclear contracts were much lower than the LMPs used to set rates, which resulted in a credit increase of $43.052 million, close quote. So based on that response, it sounds like almost half of the entire NBFMCC overcollection reported for the end of 2025 was essentially connected to a 2023 LMP assumed proxy forecast. Does that sound correct based on the testimony? I can repeat any of that.
Yes, that's correct. The rates that were in effect from January through April were based on the rates that went into effect in September 2024. The rates that went into effect on September 2024, there was no known and measurable adjustment for the LMP done for those rates. So those were the actuals from 2023. So they were much lower.
Yeah, that's helpful. Just understanding, end of 2025 on the NBFMCC, the company reported approximately $92.5 million of overcollection. So viewing it in that light, that, close to half of that was just based on the fact that, using prior year proxy actuals without making any adjustment contemporaneously at that time on the September 1st rates.
Correct.
Okay. That's helpful. Moving on, just one question on uncollectible expenses. On page 9 of the company's testimony, joint filed testimony filed on March 2nd, 2026. This was Ms. Tebbets, Mr. Hurwitz, and Mr. Kolka, your joint pre-filed testimony. Page 9 says that one of the nuances in the company's RAM filing this year, as compared to past years, is the allocation of uncollectible expense between transmission and distribution operations. Just curious as what the company ultimately is indicating here. Is the company allocating uncollectible expenses differently this year at all, or am I misunderstanding that testimony?
No, that's a fair question. In the rates that we have proposed, we have not changed a thing with respect to uncollectible expense. It's the same allocation, same calculation, same presentation, same everything. However, in docket 24-1205, we were required to provide an alternative calculation of uncollectible expenses showing the effect of, in effect, not allocating any to transmission. And so we provided in attachment D some calculations around what that would do to uncollectible expenses by UI's rate segments, but that does not affect the rates that we've actually proposed. So this testimony excerpt that you've pointed to is just intending to identify that we've included that in this filing, and we've satisfied the requirements Bureau set forth in that docket. I recollect that there's some Q&A later on in this testimony describing that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Some Q&A may be generous. It might be just 1 or 2 questions and answers.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to bond funding that's upcoming for the state fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027. Does the company have an opinion on whether incorporation of the bond funding for May 1st or September 1st, or the May 1st or September 1st rate change makes more sense or less sense?
Could I trouble you to further explain to the extent you're willing what you mean?
Uh,
Are you
I guess
like,
maybe I could ask my next question, which maybe gets at it. Really just wondering if the company sees any issue, including the effects, I think as presented by the company for May 1st already, prior to the state fiscal year actually commencing, and the bond funding being formally voted on by the State Bond Commission.
so just to say back to you, what I'm understanding your question is in effect, like, should this be reflected as a known and measurable adjustment, or should we wait until it's become real and we know the exact amount to reflect?
Yeah, essentially,
Right,
here
just,
is the company's opinion.
you just give us a moment to confer. Once again, fair question. Obviously, we've proposed this as a known and measurable adjustment to take effect May 1st, so we do think that's appropriate. We think it's more likely than not, based on what we know sitting here today, that this will occur with the approximate timing and approximate amount that we've put forth. It is an assumption. We cannot predict the future with perfect certainty, and so we'd anticipate there being some sort of true up, just like there is for any other item in the RAM. If, for example, the amount changes because the percentage split between UI and Eversource differs slightly from last year, if it goes from 33% to 31.5% or whatever it is, we'd anticipate some sort of true up next year. Or if the timing is slightly different from what we've put forth this year, if it happens a little earlier or a little later, again, we'd propose, or we'd anticipate that the actual effect on the company's cost of providing service gets trued up next year. But based on what we know sitting here today, it does seem likely that we will receive funding in approximately the amounts that we've put forth in the approximate timing that we've put forth. And so therefore, to prevent rate volatility or rate shock for customers, or spike rates in the short term and then decrease them later, we put forth this as a known and measurable adjustment.
In reference to Exhibit F of the company's March 2nd compliance filing, page 1 shows approximately $102,000 of carrying charges on state bond funding that was calculated into the reconciliation. Just curious, the comments or the company's comment on the rationale for that and how it was calculated specifically.
My apologies. Could I trouble you to provide that reference once again?
Sure. It was Exhibit F of the company's March 2nd, 2026 compliance filing on page 1 of Exhibit F.
One moment.
Mhm. That would be row 10, Excel row 18.
I see it. Thank you. Thank you for the patience, Mr. Norton. I think this is a presentation matter, so I'm looking at, I think this is the thing you pointed us to, Exhibit F, page 1, and I'm kind of generally looking at lines 6 through 11, and I'm just observing that on Excel row 6, this is the, in effect, sum total of MBFMCC revenues and MBFMCC expenses, not including state bond funding. And there's a row right below imputing the carrying cost effect of that. We presented state bond funding on a standalone line item. State bond funding means that we, in layman's terms, had money in our pocket. The RAM says when the company has money that it owes to customers, it owes customers carrying costs on that money. So we collected $6 million, and we have, on Excel row 10, reflected the carrying costs that $6 million create for customer benefit. Just like on Excel row 7, we've imputed the carrying cost benefit of the $92 million over collection for everything but state bond funding. And this is kind of similar to a data request in CAE set 2. I can't recall the exact number, but the question was something to the effect of, why is it necessary to present this state bond funding as a known and measurable adjustment if it actually occurred in 2025? And I think there too, it's a presentation matter. We've put this on a separate line. And so just to make sure that everyone is held harmless and we've comported with all of the Bureau requirements, we separately computed carrying costs on this amount. And the imputation of carrying costs here works to customer benefit.
Got it. Thank you for that. So one of my clarifying questions, which I think you just answered, was the actual expenses for both the NBFMCC and the SBC reported for calendar year 2025, and Exhibit F and H would completely exclude all bond funding effects.
I think you've got the gist. I'm just going to say it a little bit more precisely. In Exhibit F, the revenues and expenses presented on page 1, lines 4 and 5, don't include state bond funding. Rather, state bond funding is presented separately on Excel row 9. And then to the point of your question, likewise for the SBC, Exhibit H, page 1, lines 3 and 4 do not reflect state bond funding. Rather, state bond funding is reflected separately on Excel row 8. And just like we just talked about for the MBFMCC, we separately imputed carrying costs for the SBC as well. And it's the same logic for why we proposed a known and measurable adjustment for both.
Thank you. Assuming there's no calculation for the separate bond funding carrying charge in the record already, could we request a supplement to say CAE 1, I think is an appropriate interrog for the calculations for both the NBFMCC and SBC?
Can I interrupt and just ask, I'm looking at Exhibit F, page 3, Excel row 229. Is that the calculation for the?
It's the amount by month. If I put myself in Mr. Norton's shoes, I couldn't infer like what's the balance or the rate, but that is the amounts by month. That's right.
Okay.
Although I'm realizing now I didn't hear the line number you referenced, so I'm just presuming you referenced the correct one.
229. I mean, it's showing 5 months of carrying costs on the bond funding with a total credit of 101.659 thousand.
Yeah, that's right. This is the monthly amount, and we'd be happy to supplement a data request. Did you say CAE 1?
I think that's a good one. Makes reference to the bond funding at least.
Yeah, we'd be happy to supplement that with, a touch more detail as to how these values were calculated.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
And we'll do that. I believe Chairman Wheel, you had flagged the 16th. I know we canceled out the other one, so I wanted to make sure we had the right date.
Yes, the 16th. Thank you.
And just for clarification, do you want that for Exhibit H as well, given that it is for the SBC?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess more specifically, just showing the calculation of, the actual rate used, calculating those values month by month and the balance and all that. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Just my last section of questions on potential procedural changes that is being considered from docket 24-1205, pure procedural review of the annual rate adjustment mechanisms of Connecticut Light and Power Company and the United Illuminating Company, specifically on the two-step analysis test that is identified within that decision as it relates to LMPs and PPAs, of course, and how we're potentially going to manage those on a going forward basis. The company stated in their written comment response dated February 20th, 2026, on page 6, that, quote, despite integrating actual LMP data available at the time and applying updated forward market price forecasts for the balance of the year, the resulting projections still deviated significantly from actual market conditions as they evolved, close quote. And last year's UI RAM final decision, is it correct that the authority approved approximately $45.645 million reduction to the NBF MCC revenue requirement to account for the additional revenue expected within the PPAs?
Mr. Norton, could you point Mr. Hurwitz, just, I'm not doubting that you pulled that from somewhere, but
Sure.
if you could just point Mr. Hurwitz to, from where, that'd be great.
That would be page 14 of docket number 25-0104, last year's August 13th final decision, 2025.
I see that.
Yeah, so the question is that the company did make an adjustment for downward to the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
We
That's
we had provided some information to Pura last year regarding the updated LMP prices over the course of that proceeding, and candidly, I had not recalled the specific number, but clearly it's there in the decision. I think what we were trying to say in this section of our written comments in the page or two that follows, we weren't trying to say that we or Pura or anyone else did anything wrong. Rather, we were trying to echo some language that I recall being in the docket 24-1205 final decision that, to paraphrase, said something to the effect of LMPs are hard to forecast. And so we cited this trend from last year, not to say that anyone did anything wrong or improper, but rather just to illustrate the significant variability that LMPs can have. And I think we even heard that to some extent in cross-examination earlier today. My colleague, Mr. Stanley, described the tens of millions of dollars up and down from just 2 months of 2026. And my recollection is Pura's final decision in docket 24-1205 had language acknowledging just that. And that's why I think there were, not to speak for Pura, but to infer, I think that's why there were multiple measures contemplated for reducing volatility in the RAM. It wasn't just updating the LMP forecast at a certain preset dates throughout the proceeding, but then there was a subsequent process contemplated in the event that actuals differ from the result of that calculation.
Okay, so I guess it's the company's position then that what was done last year wasn't necessarily wrong, but maybe insufficient, since it excluded forward-looking forecasts at that time and only took into account actuals.
One moment. Again, I don't think we're trying to say that anything was done wrong last year. There was an error, there was a methodology choice made, and the result of that methodology choice is that we're showing up this year and proposing a very significant rate decrease for customers. Rather, again, this section of our written comments was intended just to highlight the significant volatility inherent in LMPs and just bring UI's recent experience to bear on that point. We have provided LMP forecasts in several occasions in past proceedings. We've, I think, done so to some extent already in this proceeding and anticipate doing so again, consistent with PURA's orders in 24-1205. But again, we weren't trying to say that anything was done wrong or insufficient last year. Rather, we were just trying to use that experience to highlight the volatility of LMPs, and that incorporation of forecasts or exclusion of forecasts is not a one-step cure-all for the volatility of LMPs.
And maybe just one final clarifying question, because I think you mentioned inclusion or exclusion of forecasts. What was included in the rate last year was only actuals. There was no forecasts. Is that your understanding of?
That's my understanding. I recollect that we had provided some forecasts, but I understand that the rates set were just the actuals.
Okay, thank you. The company also suggested that PURA consider a minor clarification on the topic of the two-step analysis to the total bill impact step of the analysis, indicating that the denominator used to run the test be fixed on a periodic basis and not updated monthly. Is that correct?
That's right.
Can the company just explain what it means specifically on this point?
Yeah, and just before I talk about this specific proposal further, I'll just provide the context that I understand that two-step analysis is an analysis that would have to be performed on a regular basis, and if the results weren't reviewed and approved by PURA relatively quickly. And so with that in mind, I think in the interests of, not just administrative efficiency, but also making it feasible for other parties to review and approve the calculation on an expedited basis, the calculation should be as clear and simple as possible while still being reasonably reflective of the real life conditions you'd expect. And so this proposal is coming from a place of just how can we make the calculation as streamlined as possible. And so I think one extra step to the calculation would be recalculating total revenues every month. And if we were to do that, that would be an extra calculation that the company has to do, an extra calculation that PURA has to review, OCC may want to review, others may want to review. And so we're just proposing not to fix it for all of time, but maybe once a year, say this is the total revenue value that we'll use for this calculation. Maybe it's something that the company updates once a year. I could see that work in a number of ways, but the idea is just to reduce the number of calculations that have to be done on a monthly basis. And when we reviewed the footnotes to PURA's final decision in docket 24-1205, I think even as we understand it, even PURA acknowledged that there's not magic to the 1% total revenue threshold that was suggested. I forget the exact words that were used to describe it, like an indicative benchmark or something to that effect. And so if that's not a clear, hard line fixed percentage, it doesn't seem to me that the intention of the two-step analysis is undermined if that total revenue value is fixed every once in a while. So that's where we were coming from, just trying to make the calculation as streamlined as possible, as easy for the company to do and easy for other parties to review as we could make it.
I guess what I'm confused by is how recalculating the revenue monthly would tie into the bill impact portion of the test or any portion of the two-step test. Can you explain that a little more?
My recollection is there was a threshold that had to be triggered. Something had to exceed 1% of total revenues for a filing with PURA to be made. I could have misunderstood, but
Yeah, it was 1% bill impact to an average residential customer. So I guess I'm curious how recalculating the revenues would necessarily matter in that calculation versus just relooking at applying the difference in the net impact of the PPAs on a monthly basis from what's already in existing rates, allocating that to customers, and then coming up with, or allocating that to rate classes, and then coming up with, for the residential rates, what's the percentage change from our current situation? So I'm not 100% following the revenue recalculation.
And I may have misunderstood the decision in 24-1205, but I think what appears to be missing from the explanation you just provided, I think I follow every step of what you said. You could impute the sort of change in dollars because of the updated LMP forecast. You could figure out how that's going to affect, in terms of dollars, the average residential customer, but to reach a judgment as to whether that dollar value impact on the average residential customer is more or less than 1% of the total bill, I think you would need to have some view as to what the total bill for that residential customer is. And so that's what we're proposing to fix. Again, it's not to distort or undermine the intention of the two-step analysis. We're just trying to propose a little tweak to make it as efficient and streamlined as possible.
No, that's helpful for that explanation. So the point of clarification that the company is looking for is to fix would it be to fix the average residential bill as of, say, in our current case here, May 1st, whatever that would be, and then on a going forward basis, managing and looking at how we're deviating from that May 1st point in time?
Exactly. And again, we aren't saying that this has to be fixed for all time, because if the total bill value is 10 years stale, I could see that distorting the intention of what we're trying to do here. But updating that calculation every month seems more trouble than it seems like it's more work than it is enhancing the quality of the result that we're getting.
Yeah, or maybe would it make more sense just to say fixing it at the prior rate change, whatever date that is? So, if we had a September 1st rate change and we're continuing that two-step analysis, you're looking back to September 1st versus recalculating revenue every month.
Exactly. And I think you're picking up on that. Our written comments here were somewhat deliberately vague as to when this change would occur, because I could see it being reasonable to do it in May, like you said, September, like you said, maybe January. We're not trying to die on the hill of any particular time, but rather just if this is something that can be avoided being done every single month, that would be a slight improvement in our view that doesn't undermine the quality of the result that PURA is trying to achieve.
And I'll just add to Mr. Hurwitz's comment there that this is the first time that we're really asked to dig into the details of this two-step analysis. It's new for us, and I think we took this opportunity to say, as we're thinking about it, we think this would make some more sense. And really, it's about transparency. And as Mr. Howitz mentioned, if we were to provide a different calculation and then was there disagreement on how we got to that calculation, it's sometimes a lot easier, I think, to his point, Mr. Howitz's point, or to your point, we don't have an exact time frame exactly identified, but one that people could refer back to that is on the record or approved would be very reasonable.
How about just using this sort of, I think, getting to where Mr. Norton was headed? What about just using the in effect, like fully loaded tariff at the time that the calculation is done? Like if you just take UI's effective residential tariff and use that as the basis, the whatever's in effect at that time, use that as a basis to determine the average residential bill.
That may work. My first reaction, though, is the tariff isn't going to say what the total bill is for the average residential customer. It'll say what rates residential customers are charged, but it's not going to say like the average residential customer is going to pay, $100 a month or whatever it is. You could, I guess, impute that with some volume assumptions, but I don't know.
I mean, that's the quick and dirty that a lot of people use, is to use 700 kilowatt hours average monthly usage and then sort of like convert the fixed charge backwards into volumetric for that purpose, basically, and use that as a proxy for the average bill. So if you had something like, if we gave you direction on use the in-place tariff and make these volumetric assumptions, would that make sense as a
let me just
basis?
Confer with my rates guy real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we think that would be workable as well. Thank you for the patience.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Norton.
I just have one more question specific to the cost allocation side of any potential changes that are being considered from the docket 24-1205 decision. Can the company comment on whether there could be any unintended effects in attempting to incorporate cost allocation changes proposed for the NBFMCC at a time when UI is presenting a significant credit rate for the NBFMCC on May 1st?
Yes. When there's a credit rate, things are going to move in the opposite direction that your intuition would say. So if someone is going to get, if a rate schedule is going to get a higher allocation, say, than another rate schedule, when the rates are being charges, then they'll get charged more. But when the rates are in a credit range, they're going to get a larger credit. So the bill will go down. Most of the other rates are always charges, but the state mandated energy purchases, because of the LMPs, the high dependency on the LMPs, can go either way. So, and in this case, they swamp all the other NBFMCC components. So in this case, doing the allocation away from where we are right now with the one CP will result in the opposite direction for a change as when it is typically going to be a charge. So right now, the one CP means an allocation generally to small customers greater than large customers. That means that they'll get, under the current rate design, a larger credit because they get allocated more, and it's a negative number. So because we're allocating a negative number, it's going to go in the opposite direction than if we typically allocate a positive number.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then one final question. Does the company see this as a good time or bad time to incorporate any potential changes to cost allocation?
Oh, if
I don't know that we have the strongest views on that. I think what I'll offer is we said, I think in our written comments, that this revised or alternative cost allocation methodology better comports with the principle of cost causation. So from that perspective, we do think rate making theory would say that a change should be made to minimize the effect on customers. We'd had proposed a 4-year phase in, and so the alternative calculations that we provided on the record in this case reflect that 4-year phase in. There could be appeal to starting the phase in a year where there are significant credit balances, but there's never a perfect time to make a change. So, like I said, we don't have the strongest of opinions on that on this issue, but we would see the logic in beginning the phase in this year.
Okay, and the rates proposed in the March 2nd compliance do not include any cost allocation changes at this point, correct?
That's right. The rates that we have proposed do not reflect any cost allocation changes. However, we have provided calculations of alternative rates reflecting the alternative cost allocation methodology.
Okay, thank you.
As directed by PIRA in 24-1205.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Arpin, and my questions will primarily pertain to the SBC.
Just bear with us a moment, Mr. Arpin. Maybe we'll bring up and put in the back row Ms. Chasse and Ms. Wasselnack, and you can probably get going in about 10 seconds.
Thank you for the patience.
So my first question, so according to motion number 7, UI's total LiDAR cost equaled 3.02% of its revenues last year, exceeding the authority's LiDAR budget target of 2.1%. After accounting for UI's $6 million downward LiDAR adjustment for 2026, this percentage is expected to decline to approximately 2.6% next year, which would still be above the 2.1% budget target. So my question is, given this information, should changes to LiDAR be implemented this year to reduce costs to ratepayers? Why or why not?
So I guess what's important to understand is that the 5-tier LIDR impacts, where we revised the forecast down by $6 million, assumes a go live implementation of August of 2026. So it's not a full year's worth of 5-tier LiDAR. I think in order to look at this holistically, we need to see the program in for a longer period of time other than, 5 months. So until that happens, I don't know that it would be appropriate to make that adjustment at this time.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, would UI say that there's not enough information then at this time to?
Yes, would agree.
Okay. Next question. So next few questions pertain to Exhibit H, page 2. So according to Exhibit H, page 2, the company's uncollectible expenses increased in 2025 relative to 2024 by approximately $500,000. What were the primary drivers of this increase? I saw that one reason mentioned was the supply rate going up. Is there any other reasons that would explain why the uncollectible expenses increased in 2025 relative to 2024?
And just so that we're clear and want to make sure that we're looking at the same thing, when we're looking at Exhibit H, page 2, you're talking about line item number 9?
Correct.
Okay. And it appears to be somewhat nominal, that the difference, I think it's 12.9 million compared to 12.5 million roughly.
Correct.
In the previous year. Yeah. So I think like the primary driver there, what was certainly, rates, as indicated in our response.
Okay, thank you. So there's no other reasoning that I would be able to.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, like I said, it's a relatively small difference, a variance. I mean, I think that we're talking about, I try to get the calculation, but I wouldn't be able to. Oh, sorry. Wouldn't be able to, allocate that difference to one particular or multiple different factors. I think it's less than 4% different between the two. So I mean, that's pretty stable considering, the different changes and rate changes throughout the year. So I don't know that I would be able to tie it to one or a couple different things.
And I could just add a little bit more context to that may be helpful. On Friday, we filed a revised version of Attachment D from our Monday filing, and that Attachment D provides some history of UI's non-hardship uncollectible expenses. And in a similar vein to what my colleague, Mr. Daniels, just described, you can see those expenses fluctuate year over year, and that's just the nature of uncollectible expenses. We don't have an answer for every single customer why they didn't pay their bills, but uncollectible expenses will fluctuate year over year naturally. Some years it will be higher, some years it will be lower, and less than 4% increase is a relatively stable pattern for uncollectible expenses. They've typically varied more than that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe my next question will provide a little more color as to why I'm asking about that. So in contrast, Eversource's hardship on collectibles decreased by approximately $30 million. That's 57%. So to what extent the company may know what differences in the company's service territory or customer mix may explain why its hardship on collectibles increased while Eversource's decreased?
Thank you for your patience. Certainly, when we look at uncollectibles, there's a lot of differences with our different service territories and the customer demographics. And we can kind of try to go back or Mr. Daniels can join in and provide some more color here of some hypotheses, but we of course aren't Eversource and we don't have the benefit of looking at what they filed. What I can point to though is that, last year's RAM, PURA made a decision for the allocation of SBC funding that came from the state and did provide a different percentage breakdown because of the uncollectibles between Eversource and UI are different. Traditionally, a lot of the splits are 80-20 based on load, but specifically the authority made the decision to change that for SBC, presumably because of the differential in the uncollectibles and the makeup of our customers.
Okay, thank you for that response. So to follow up on that, so to what extent, if any, did the company remaining on the 2-tier LiDAR rather than transitioning to the 5-tier LiDAR last year contribute to the company's slight increase in hardship on collectibles? Just trying to think of differences between Eversource and UI here.
I mean, I think it's more important maybe to look at what Ms. Prescott just said, because demographically we're different. So I don't know that we want to make the same assumptions. And certainly, although we've shown within interrogatory responses, what the forecast for the 2-tier versus 5-tier credits would be. I don't know that you can necessarily assume that those reductions to customers from going from 2-tier to 5-tier LIDR wouldn't necessarily still result in uncollectibles. You have customers who, regardless of the amount they're being charged, are not paying the bills. So I don't know that you can tie that necessarily to a delay or in the implementation of 5-tier LIDR. I think it's probably more appropriate to look at some of the demographic reasons, as Ms. Prescott alluded to.
Okay, thank you for that response. Would you say that legal collections, would that impact the difference at all between the two? Recognizing that UI has not conducted residential legal collections yet, contrast to Eversource.
I don't know that we have enough data to say that the implementation of legal collection services for residential hardship customers would have a significant impact here. And And simply because through the course of our attempt to restart legal collections for residential, not for hardship customers, over the last several months, we've interviewed multiple firms, upwards of 10 firms, who have all declined to partake in this opportunity, simply because there isn't an interest in doing residential legal collections because the return on time and effort hasn't been significant enough for them to want to venture into that market. So that might be an indication of, a low yielding return on legal collections efforts for that subset of customers.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Daniels. Now moving on to a different line item in Exhibit H. So active charge-offs decreased by approximately 8.5 million in 2025 relative to 2024. To what extent the company may know, could you please explain the reasons for this decrease?
I think in this case, we do actually have a significant driver, and that's tied to our matching payment program. The changes coming out of the last energy affordability docket, where we now are doing a couple things. One, more customers are able to qualify for the matching payment program, and also we're matching customers' programs month over month, as opposed to in phases. And because we're doing that, customers are getting more matches, so they're paying down their arrearages, and therefore, the active charge-offs are being minimized by that. And in addition to, monthly payments that the customer makes, which are now eligible regardless of there's, because there's not phases, also, outside payments from, Connecticut Energy Assistance Program funds, Operation Fuel, those are also being matched towards the customer's arrearages, and I think those are helping to keep the amounts down and limit the charge-offs. I think that's the most significant drivers there.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Daniels. So to follow up on that, does the company expect active charge-offs in 2026 to remain at 2025 levels or to continue declining as MPP continues to be rolled out?
I don't know that we would be able to forecast that this early in the game, considering, the general volatility that there is in some of these different expenses within the SBC year over year. But, I think it's probably more appropriate to talk about that and a potential known and measurable for next year's filing.
Okay, thank you. So another question, moving on to a different cost line item. So the bill forgiveness program's costs decreased by approximately 9.6 million in 2025 relative to 2024, while the matching payment program's costs increased by approximately 12.8 million over the same period. So given that the bill forgiveness program is closed to new customers on November 1st, 2024, and was replaced by matching payment program, why did costs under the matching payment program increase by more than the corresponding decrease in the bill forgiveness program? Could you please identify the key cost drivers behind this disparity?
Yeah, and I think I alluded to a couple of those just in one of the past questions. in terms of how we're matching payments, right? Because it's monthly match versus phases, where previously in the old MPP, if a customer made, say they were enrolled in November and they made payments in November and December, but didn't make any additional payments, they would not have received credit for those matches when we hit the end of phase one of MPP in May. Now, with new MPP, regardless of payments made after the December timeframe, they would have still received the matches for those first two payments. So that's one reason, and those costs are included. The other reason is because there's only one program available, and so customers, regardless of heating source, are now available, eligible to participate in MPP. Where previously, in order to participate in MPP, you had to heat with electricity. Now, regardless of heating source, you're eligible for MPP. That's also increased the amount being recovered for the matching payment program.
Okay, thank you for that response. So to follow up on that, does the company expect this trend where decreases in the bill forgiveness program are smaller than increases in the matching payment program to continue in 2026? And if so, should a known and measurable adjustment be made?
I'd actually like to take a look at that to see if that would be necessary. Off the top of my head, I don't know that I can answer that question. I'd have to review the number of customers currently enrolled in BFP, the amount of time that they still have left on BFP, and then understanding that as customers either complete the BFP program or fall off because of non-payment, they could potentially then be eligible to be put on MPP if they complete the program successfully and then have an arrearage at some point thereafter, could be eligible for MPP. So it is possible that the correlation is not going to be 1-to-1. I don't know that I would expect it to be. But I don't know that would require a known and measurable adjustment, and I don't know that we could with definity say what that might be or what that ratio could be.
And if you just give us one more second, I might have a touch extra color to add. I think just to add one extra bit of context to my colleague's answer, I think there could be logic in the trends that you're identifying, the decrease in the BFP, the increase in the MPP, but I think it would be, even if there's logic to that trend, it would be difficult for us to put together a calculation that meets the known and measurable standard. I think it'd be difficult to say, to the dollar when that occurs. I think what constitutes a known and measurable adjustment, I don't know that there's a precise definition, but typically I think of it as something that's reasonably certain, both with respect to timing and with respect to amount. And it would be difficult for us to put together a calculation that meets that standard for the change in these two programs.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Hurwitz. Now moving on to a different line item. So the Energize CT heating loan program, which is closed to new customers, produced an overcollection of approximately $101,000 in 2025. My question is, does the company expect the program's cost in 2026 to remain similar to 2025 levels? or to decline as servicing costs for the existing loan portfolio continue to decrease?
Just bear with us a moment, Mr. Arpin. I just want to make sure we have the correct SME present to respond to the heating loan question.
We're not 100% certain as we sit here today. What I can offer is the materiality of this program relative to the uh, uh, overall costs, even in just the SBC itself. I mean, I see numbers in 2024 of 332,000, in 2025, 230,000. Those are less than 0.5% of the total expenses flowing through the SBC. So to my recollection, we have not proposed a specific known and measurable adjustment for this. Rather, we've implicitly used 2025 as the baseline expectation for 2026. And based on what we know sitting here today, that felt reasonable to us.
Thank you for that response. I'm moving on to a different question here. Page 2 of Exhibit H shows a total 2025 SBC expense of approximately 107 million. While page 1 shows a total SBC expense of approximately 105 million. If you don't see those numbers, I can try to find the specific line item as well. But I'm just wondering what the reasoning is for that discrepancy between the two numbers, two totals.
Yeah, one moment. The difference appears to relate to the SBC loan payments over under. That's Exhibit H, page 3, line 12. Looking quickly now, it appears that the number on page 1 is correct, and that's simply a missing line on page 2. However, rather than commit us officially to something after looking at it briefly on the stand, if it's amenable to everyone, I'd appreciate it if we could take an opportunity to supplement some data request and confirm that the amount on page 1 is correct, and if appropriate, file a revised version of page 2 reflecting this extra line.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz.
As I said that, I did not have a particular data request in mind, but I'm sure there's one that could be picked out.
We'll find the right one.
Yeah, I think even if you just wanted to file something even supplementing Exhibit H with that information, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so my next question pertains to SBC bond funding allocation. So last year, the authority set SBC bond funding at 33% for UI and 67% for Eversource, rather than the traditional 80-20 revenue split based on estimated 2025 SBC hardship costs relative to the 5-year pre-COVID average. Now that actual 2025 cost data are available, should the allocation percentages be revised to reflect the actual hardship costs, potentially with known and measurable adjustments for 2026 as well, if the evidence shows that the hardship expense trends differed between the EDCs last year? Why or why not?
It's a fair question. I think how the funding gets split between UI and Eversource strikes us as a policy decision, and I think there's, a range of reasonable decisions that Pura could make. We have, on a preliminary basis, done the calculation of what the updated split would be based on the evidence that was admitted into this proceeding last week. I'll note that the amounts reflected in our known and measurable filing carry forward the split from last year because that was what we had available at the time that we submitted it. I don't think we would oppose updating the calculation, but I think there's also a number of answers that could be reasonable here.
Appreciate that response. Now, the rest of my questions pertain to specific interrogatory responses, I think from set 2. So the first one pertains to interrogatory response C37. So according to that response, the company stated that it initially attempted to coordinate legal collections with other Avangrid affiliates in different jurisdictions to expedite the restart of legal collections in Connecticut, but that the initiative was unsuccessful. Could the company please explain specifically why this coordination was unsuccessful?
We explored what the other Avangrid companies were doing around collections and legal collections. And ultimately, they did not have a vendor that would be able to support UI.
Is there a specific reason for that? Is it just a different customer base or demographic, or?
Yeah. Yeah, so their use of legal collections within, the Avangrid affiliate companies was on a more limited basis. And what we were looking for to do, we the relative size and ability of those firms to take on the workload that we were looking to provide just wasn't there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daniel. So sticking on this interrogatory response, the company stated that it has identified 2 potential vendors for residential legal collections work and is seeking to expedite the selection process. You may have touched on this a little earlier, so I apologize, but when does the company anticipate completing the selection of a vendor for residential legal collections?
I think we within the next, I would say 60 days, we would look to have selected or at least provided to offer one of the firms the ability to offer their services for us. As far as the timeline to execute, to onboard, and to set up all the file transmissions, finalize contracts, that sort of stuff, it would be, further along that 3 to 4 month timeline for onboarding for a new vendor.
Okay, thank you for that response. Now turning to a different interrogatory, so CA 41, attachment 1, the company's cost for LiDAR. So the company's cost to implement the 5-tier LiDAR appear to be nearly double those reported by CNG and SCG, Avangrid affiliate companies. Can the company please explain the factors driving its higher 5-tier LiDAR cost relative to the other Avangrid affiliates?
I'll just need one moment to get to that.
I'm not the owner of this project, but I'll just lead off by observing that UI is approximately twice as big as each of CNG and SCG, or about as big as each of those two companies put together. So if this is a project that is across all three companies, you would reasonably expect the cost of UI to be larger than the cost of CNG and SCG. And then I'll hand the mic over to my colleague to provide extra context on the extra work this project requires for UI relative to the gas companies.
Yeah, most specifically around, building and then the test to test go live and post go live costs, where the significant amount of time is spent. I think it's over 60% of the time of the project is spent during those phases, because it's a 5 tiers integrated in a number of programs. That testing for UI will have to be done from end to end for 5 tiers, whereas the SCG and CNG companies won't require that extensive of testing, although we're building it out for 5 tiers for SCG and CNG. We're only going live with the single tier for the gas companies, for SCG and CNG at 10%. So there's a significant amount of additional work associated with the UI go live.
Thank you.
I had one follow-up question on CAE 37, although I'm not going to reference the response specifically, but about collections. Mr. Daniels, you mentioned before that the company's having trouble finding a vendor. It sounded like, it's my understanding that historically the legal collections firm for UI has been paid on a contingency basis. Is that right? Like they retain some percentage of whatever they're able to recover through collections?
Yes.
Is that, and I imagine, I mean, I'm sure you can't speak for the vendors, but I imagine that's part of the problem, is that the amount of effort it takes to pursue this stuff in small claims court, if you're retaining a contingent percentage of that, it's like the cost and benefit just don't work out for the vendor. Is that your understanding of the issue?
That is correct. And likewise, if it's billable hours that a law firm's billing us for time and effort spent on, bringing a customer to small claims court, that wouldn't necessarily be very cost effective for us or our customers.
Right. I was just wondering if the company had considered something like some sort of like hybrid, I suppose, arrangement where, I mean, the company has sort of historical totals for the percentage of overall outstanding claims that have been pursued and what's been captured. I guess just throwing out there, has the company considered sort of seeking a vendor who could have some certainty that they'd be able to at least recover that something like a preset percentage? So let's say if there's $1 million outstanding, and historically collections firms have been able to capture 5% of that, could you put out an RFP saying will pay you that 5% regardless of performance, like on the expectation that that's probably what we'll expect to see come in. And then in addition to that, whatever is like additional revenues based on contingency?
I think our intention, once we onboard a new vendor, is to have a much more targeted approach with who we pursue legal collections against, and to work with the law firm to put forth a list of accounts that we've had difficulty securing payment from, and then talk through, is this the right type of customer or situation where we think it would be fruitful to pursue legal collections? And not to say that we wouldn't do anything with other customers, but really to be a little bit more strategic in how we deploy legal collections.
Okay. Do the other Avangrid service companies I know you mentioned that it sounded like there's a smaller kind of problem, for lack of a better word, in those areas. Are those based on like same structure of just contingency base, or have you tried kind of doing targeted collections similar to the idea you said in Maine or anywhere else?
I don't know that I've been close enough to the fee structure with the firms that the other Avangrid affiliates are using. It could be a one-off, or a hybrid type basis. It could be a contingency basis. But I'm not positive.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Arpin.
So I have a few more questions here. They pertain to the NBFMCC, so might want to get the relevant staff members, but specifically the add-on netting project and the hosting capacity map project.
Thank you. Just give us a minute.
Okay, I think we're set. Thanks.
Okay, so the first question is in response to CAE 32. So regarding the add-on netting functionality, the company stated in that response that it first became aware in March 2025 that costs would significantly exceed the original estimate filed in docket number 230803. Can the company please explain why it did not notify the authority at that time, given that the final costs were ultimately about 4 times higher than the original estimate filed in docket number 230803?
The company actually updated the required estimate back in 3/15/2024. It was order number 24 that was filed regarding the motion number 23 and attachment 2. This provided for RS and NRES rates, and also for the so-called Tesla proposal at the time. That Tesla proposal was estimated to be approximately $650,000 for NRES and $378,000 for RS for the add-on netting. After that, the company was not required to file additional, at least per my knowledge, to file any additional updated compliance filing regarding the budget. I do want to mention that the initial estimate that was also provided in CAE 13 and CAE 14 was based again on just 2 rates, which was R and RT for the residential RS program. And there were also statements in attachment 2 of order number 24 that NRES has more than 20 rates, which will require modification, and NRES was estimated at that time. We have provided complete breakdown of the cost in CAE 33. And as you can see, actually, apologize, CAE 34. And as you can see, the initial estimate for add-on RS, which was in CAE 13 and CAE 14 of $100,000 was projected as of now, as of available cost at $181,000. And for add-on NRES, we are at the moment at $369,000.
Mr. Arpin, just in looking at CA 32 in response to your question, I think you used the term significantly exceeding, and I didn't see that. Was that a paraphrase? I didn't see that, and I didn't see that in the response. I just want to be clear that the company did not say that in CA 32.
Okay. So to follow up on that, and thank you, Ms. Miller, for that additional background, was the vendor chosen for the add-on netting functionality project selected through a competitive process?
A vendor is selected through competitive process, but then further assigned through the framework agreement. I do also want to again mention regarding the cost and estimate that the company stated in its response to CAE 13 and also motion number 24, that the cost is estimated based on internal information at the time available prior to hiring the actual vendor, and that a further estimate will be compiled once the vendor is hired and further scope of the project is defined, as well as once the final decision was provided to the EDC, to the company.
Could you just give us one more moment?
This is a framework agreement as prior solicitation. That was competitive. Yes. I feel like, yeah. Yes. I would like to just clarify that this vendor has been solicited under competitive solicitation. However, the project was as part of the framework agreement. So again, this vendor was prior hired as part of competitive solicitation.
Yeah, and just to further Ms. Miller's statement, that might be internal kind of wording that we use, just make sure everybody's comfortable with the framework agreement and things. We have certain vendors that we have procured. In this case, that vendor was procured to provide a variety of services, of which was selected through competitive solicitation. And then they get a overall framework agreement that says you are a vendor that we can utilize for certain projects or certain services. And then because of the description of the work that we needed, they could provide that work. And so that's kind of the difference between a framework agreement and being allocated the project via framework versus a separate solicitation for this project.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to a different topic, so the hosting capacity map upgrade. So in Exhibit A of its known and measurable filing, the company proposed a $1.3 million adjustment for the hosting capacity map upgrade. Can the company please explain why this project was not capitalized or depreciated over multiple years, given that it is expected to provide long-term benefits to customers?
And when you referenced Exhibit A, that's a reference to our testimony, just to make sure I'm.
Correct. Yeah, I can find the exact page number if that would be helpful as well.
I may have it, just one moment. I think this project is in its infancy. To my knowledge, no costs have yet been incurred, and the company, in its normal course, will determine whether or not it is appropriate to capitalize costs as they are incurred. This particular project appears to, involve some software and IT elements, and there are some very specific rules around the circumstances under which those costs can be capitalized. I unfortunately am not one of our plant accountants. I'd be happy if it would be helpful to you to pick out a data request to supplement and confer with our plant accountants and come back with a, more informed assessment as to whether or not it would be appropriate to capitalize these costs based on what we know now. But in any event, if these costs are appropriate to be capitalized, we will capitalize them and then reflect that in the RAM rates that we propose in future proceedings.
One moment, please. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. Moving on to, keeping on this topic, but moving on to a different filing here. So CA 35, Attachment 1, the company's actual internal labor expenses for the hosting capacity map project in January and February were significantly less than what was originally estimated. So given that, should the hosting capacity map known and measurable adjustment be revised downward to reflect this discrepancy? I believe, for example, January, I want to say it was 30,000 or something similar to that, and then it was only 6,000 actual.
Sorry, did you say 35 or 31?
35.
I do see what you're highlighting. I have CAE 35 UI attachment 1 up on my screen, and I see the actuals for January and February were both less than estimated. However, I don't know that you could take that information and use that to support a decrease to the known and measurable, because it seems highly conceivable to me that those, what I'll call underspends in January and February, will be made up by overspends in subsequent months in the year. So I think, given that the project is, like I said earlier, in its infancy, I don't know that you can draw conclusions about the total cost of the project based on just these first couple months when we're, just beginning the project.
Okay, thank you for that response. And I have one more question. So CA 45 was just, I think, filed during this hearing. So I took a quick look at it, and I think I have one follow-up question right now. So it looks like there's a UI employee, regulatory project manager, who was employed during the test year, but has been promoted, and the previous role has not yet been backfilled. It looks like the company said that they intended to remove the time from this employee from the proposed RAM rates. Is there a specific timeline for when that time would be removed from the RAM rates?
I'll first just comment on your introduction about it being filed while we were sitting here. I totally understand, and our intention was not to force you to review and reach a judgment on that.
Oh,
so
no, I
quickly.
wasn't trying to suggest that.
We there's a lot of procedural schedule in front of us, and we're happy to answer further discovery or talk about this at the next hearing as you would like. To respond to your specific question, I did not have a particular timeline in mind, to be candid. However, we have identified what I'll call a handful of corrections and updates to our proposed RAM rates, and what we had been thinking, and we're, I think, open to feedback on this, was some sort of comprehensive filing addressing all of it. And at the same time, explaining, here's what we filed on March 2nd. Here's the 4 or 5 items, however many there are, that have changed since that filing, and here's the resulting rates. I didn't have a particular date in mind for when that would occur, but that was the tentative plan we had been contemplating.
I appreciate that response. So those are all my questions. So I thank the panel for their time and for answering everything. I'll turn it back to the chair.
I have one, follow-up, well, maybe more than one follow-up question on the hosting capacity map. Just catching up to this. I vaguely remember this. There's an upfront cost of about 1.6 million and then $180,000 annually. Is the annual cost like maintenance? Do you remember what's driving that annual cost?
It's a fair question. That represents ongoing software licenses and cloud subscription costs.
Okay. And kind of teeing off of what Mr. Arpin was asking about, like the request, it seems, is to recover the upfront cost as a known and measurable expense, with emphasis on expense. It seems like. So would the company wouldn't earn a return on this because it would be treating it as O&M?
We've certainly reflected it as an expense in our known and measurable adjustment. I think, just like every other known and measurable adjustment, this would ultimately be trued up. So if it turns out that these costs are appropriate to be capitalized, I would anticipate that if every other element of our proposed RAM rates in this proceeding were spot on perfect to the dollar, we would owe customers some money next year. We'd be seeking, we would reflect in the actual cost for 2026, just the revenue requirement on that investment. Similarly, if it were an expense, but the expense ended up being $100,000 less than we had proposed, we would owe that back to customers with some carrying costs, or if it were more, we'd seek to collect it with carrying costs. But given the what we know now, we had reflected it as an expense in the known and measurable adjustment. That would mean we do not earn a return on that money, but for any differences between our costs and what we collect in rates, giving rise to carrying costs.
Okay. I just want to, I mean, I don't want to keep, I understand that this is, that the company doesn't have a ton of information here, but I just want to flag, I'm a little, I guess I find it concerning, like the notion that we'd be providing revenue for the full investment with the potential that later the company might say, actually, we're capitalizing this and now you got to pay us for the next 10 years. I mean, we as a commission would have to kind of view those two ideas through separate lenses. So I'm just throwing out there, I find that concerning, but maybe if there's a supplement, it sounds like it'd be helpful to all of us, I think, if there's sort of more information about this project and the financing of it that maybe the company could file.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one extra data point I'd just offer for your consideration, not to, disagree or alter what you said at all, but this project strikes me in some ways as analogous to the municipal portal that was at issue in 220808. Obviously, different project, different goal, different circumstances, but IT type costs that the company incurred related to, software, cloud type things. And in that case, we had proposed treating the amounts as capital, and Pura told us instead to expense it. We are totally happy to take this back and talk further with our plant accountants and provide a more fulsome discussion of whether or not it would be appropriate to capitalize these costs based on what we know now. And if it does end up being appropriate, we can provide a calculation of not the total dollar value that we anticipate the project costing, but rather the annual revenue requirement on that investment for Pura's consideration.
Thanks. And to be clear, my concern isn't you ought to be capitalizing this or you ought to be expensing it. I just, the idea of the uncertainty, I just am not comfortable, I think, sitting here now with the idea of we'll treat it as an expense for now, and then next year we'll come back and maybe UI will say, oh, we decided to capitalize it afterwards. Because then we're not going to be in a position where we can say, oh, we wish we had viewed that differently last year. That, I guess, just to be clear, like that's where I'm coming from on it.
No, that's very fair. And I'll just offer one more comment, and I don't know that this will lessen your concern, but just to say it anyway. When we put forth known and measurable adjustments and Pura approves them, I don't think of that as us receiving like pre-approval for the project. I don't think of that as us having the projects, blessed for prudence. So we've put forth some projects that are capital, in this case, only in the known and measurable adjustment because they're not in service. And if Pura were to approve those investments, I wouldn't think that means they've been found to be prudent. I think we're seeking a prudence review on the matching payment program and this net metering phase 1 project because those are already in service. I think just to play out this example, if the cost of the hosting capacity maps were to continue to be reflected in the known and measurable adjustment as an expense, and then the facts and circumstances of this project indicate that the project should instead be capitalized, next year, again, all else equal, we would be returning a bunch of money to customers because we would have collected the cost of the project through this known and measurable adjustment. But in what we actually defer and seek to have reviewed for prudence and collect is only our actual costs. So if we capitalize, our actual costs would be less. Our revenues would be higher because this is in the known and measurable adjustment. We would owe customers money in the next year. And like you said, that would then mean that we continue to earn a revenue requirement on this investment for years thereafter. But I think point well taken, we will absolutely take this back and provide some more insight into the rules around whether these costs can and should be capitalized.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Cheeseman, but I did just want to quickly acknowledge that I once again have spent 15 minutes talking about something that's far less than a penny a month on bills. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I want to go back to the netting functionality. If I believe I understood, the company that supplied it had originally been selected through competitive procurement for a framework of work that they were qualified to provide. When the estimate came in, I believe 4 times higher, is there a point at which you say, hey, maybe this vendor, even though we looked at this person before, is not the best to complete this project and we should look elsewhere for someone who might be able to do it at a lower cost?
Just one moment, please. Thank you for your question. The NRES and RS program and add-on netting had initially a timeline that was proposed within the docket within 230803. There was a timeline that we have proposed and that was approved by the authority in motion for clarification. It was motion number 28 in docket 230803. And because of this timeline, it kind of put a constraint on if we would have went with procurement and tried to do the solicitation of a vendor, of another vendor. The concern was that we would not be able to meet the deadline. Specifically, for instance, for RS program, the deadline was January 1st, 2026. For NRES program, we have proposed that we will be able to provide this functionality and have it available to NRES bidders for their August year 4 solicitation in 2025. And because of all these deadlines, the timeline was kind of short and we would not be able to complete a project on time.
So basically, an externally proposed deadline precluded you from having the ability to conduct a longer search for what might have been a less expensive vendor.
That is correct, but I also want to point out that there were internally multiple avenues that were explored to try to actually reduce the cost that was defined in some of the interrogatories that we have provided responses. Such as interrogatory CAE 32, 33, and some additional in this docket.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Commissioner Cheeseman, if I could just also add that the vendor that we use for these sorts of net billing changes is integrally in the middle of our billing system, right?
So knows it intimately, and someone else coming in from outside might have a longer learning curve, which would have even made meeting the deadlines even more problematic.
Correct. Well said. And I was also going to say our sensitivity also to kind of modifications of that system. And again, I think you said it well, but again, it's not just work that we can, like a vendor who's outside of our system. These are vendors that have to clear a lot of security. They have access to our billing systems. And so they are not, we don't have a large universe that we would really be comfortable opening it up to as well.
Thank you. Just so another hypothetical going forward, absent those very specific requirements in terms of knowledge of the system, are there circumstances under which, even though someone's in the framework, if they came back with a significantly higher than expected cost, you would look out elsewhere to get a more competitive bid? Or is the knowledge base so unique to what you do that the universe is tiny and you just don't have much ability to shop elsewhere?
I appreciate the question. I am not in the purchasing organization, so.
Okay, I mean, this is,
But-
obviously, as we're looking at costs.
Sure.
And again, this is a very unique, it's not like just going out and finding a plumber, but God help anyone who needs a plumber. So.
But I think, I do think that Ms. Miller indicated to you something when we talked about rate classes, and I'm not sure if everybody understands the sensitivity of that. When you're doing something for like a residential customer, we have 2 rate classes, R or RT. With the NRES program, which is the Non-Residential Renewable Energy Solutions Program, there were, let me say, 40, am I mistaken?
Yeah, there are over 20, but then there are additional subcategories. So, yeah.
Yes, many. And so when you think about this, and I think Mr. Daniels talked about this, about like, the overall testing, the more complex you get with the billing system and the different types of rates, each rate has to be walked through with a number of scenarios, and it takes a long time. Then you have errors that are identified as you want the testing to do, and then you go back and you have to, fix those and then test again and test them all again. And I think my point being is that we know that the cost went up, but higher than a very initial test estimate, which we had provided, which you said is preliminary. We need to get the vendor on board. They have to do something called a requirements document where they go through and they identify all the different requirements and the steps. And I think some of it is a bit of, I don't want to say inexperience, but I will say that when the netting program was started for the NRES and the RES program, perhaps the complexity of those testing of the different rates was maybe initially not understood, as we tried to say it was subject to the requirements that came from our vendor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think Mr. White's gonna move on to questions about the RDM and the IES program.
Thank you.
Well, I'm the RDM guy, so if your RDM questions are first, we can.
Yeah, I'll start with RDM. Thank you, Jacob. If you could refer to, and this may be a very simple question, I'm hoping that it is, but refer to Exhibit IB, page 3 of 3. The company's allowed revenue appears to be based in part on Docket 24-1004's first final decision on October 28th, 2025, which was about $450 million in revenue requirements. However, since the company submitted its RAM filing on March 2nd, 2026, there's been a second final decision issued granting about $452 million in revenue requirements. So there's a bit of a discrepancy here. And does the company have a plan to address this discrepancy?
Yes, it's the same as what I talked about at a different topic, but same, the contemplated path forward is the same as what I talked about with your colleague earlier. We anticipate submitting a filing at some subsequent point in this proceeding, reflecting all of the various updates and corrections to this case. We've talked about a couple changes here, and there, as you just described, some changes stemming from the authority's decision on our motion for reconsideration last week. I think that would impact 2 months of the RDM calculation. I recall it was about a $2 million revenue increase, but the effect on the RDM will be, in this year, will be less than that because only 2 months of that increase are relevant to this proceeding. It will also affect the revenue requirement on all capital projects to a small degree. And so our intention was to put together some testimony along the lines of what we filed, the supplemental testimony that we filed in last year's proceeding in May for the FERC Form 1 update and the 2-tier LIDR program. As I told your colleague, Mr. Arpin, we didn't have a particular date in mind for that, but that was our plan. And there's one of the tabs within this file, Exhibit IC, page 2 provides, no, that's not right, hang on. Exhibit IB, page 3, provides the monthly revenue requirements from both PURA decisions that were relevant to this case, 220808 and 241004. Our intention would be to simply revise the 241004 section to, comport with that motion for reconsideration decision and then have the effect on the RDM flow through the rest of the exhibit.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was kind of expecting you to say, but I just want to be clear on that, those two different, the other discussion was related to this. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the same contemplated path forward for all of the issues.
Thank
Can I
you.
just jump in really quickly on that note about timing of filing? The rationale for the 16th that we chose for updates to here was that's about how much time we need in order to get something into the proposed interim decision. So would it be possible to it'd be great if we could make the proposed interim decision as reflective of what the rates actually need to be as possible. So do you think it's possible that we could get those revisions, those updated filings by that date?
For the RDM, that's certainly possible. Off the top of my head, I can't speak to everything, but I suspect it would be possible to get at least some of them in by that time.
Okay.
I'm just trying to cycle through the list in my head. There may be a couple that are more involved. And I mean, candidly, for the RDM, I expect the impact to be slight enough that it's the kind of thing that could be trued up in September. But someone sent me a draft calculation of this late last week. So I would expect for the RDM specifically, the 16th should not be a problem.
Okay.
And we'll endeavor to do that after we at the close of the hearing, maybe we can connect on what updates we're contemplating for various things and work on that. I think we had targeted the historical supplemental testimony filing date as putting that out there to PURA because we do intend to make that filing to update the TAC, and that does have to come after the from when it's filed. So there is like a timing,
Yep.
A start date on that from before we can do it, but we can see what we can do to make the remainder as up to date as possible.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. White.
Oh, no, thank you. Continuing with the RDM, Exhibit IB, page 2 of 3, row 25, income from sales of scrap. Just briefly, I'm wondering, how is that reflected in rate base?
I don't think that it is.
Okay. All right, thank you. Moving on to IES. So you were speaking before to Mr. Crowley, you were speaking before about a consultant who left. So I'm just wondering, what's the estimated value of that known and measurable? And are you expecting to backfill that role with a related IES Category 1 cost in 2026? I'm just wondering if we're kind of going from what's measurable to not truly measurable because you don't have that person in place, but thank you.
Yeah, so I think for 2026, we expected the cost of the consultant to be around 180,000.
Okay.
And when we break it down, he was only here for 2 months, so it kind of breaks it back down to about like 50,000, 60,000. I don't have the exact numbers, but that's what the impact's going to be on the known and measurable. We're not going to be backfilling that position. We were essentially keeping that individual on to help bring up to speed a new full-time employee.
Got it.
Yeah, so we're not going to backfill. We're just going to handle that transition, internally ourselves.
So you're basically, there's a cost and you're switching that cost, one person from consultant to staff.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's it for me.
All right. Do we have any other cross from authority staff at all? All right, let's break for lunch. And can we be back here let's be back here at 1:15 because I don't think we have a ton more to go after this. Is that enough time?
That might be a little tight with the group we have. Could we make it like
1:30?
That would be great. Yeah.
Let's do 1:30.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew? Oh, thank you so much.
How's it going?
Okay.
Yeah, you know, you.
Like, big picture. Better. Right. No, well, we can change this. Then we're left with some other things that are capitalized. So I don't know. It's riper forever, so. Sit with. Right. So. Yeah, but it makes this messy. Just the counting, tracking once, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
No, that was last week.
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Going on a long time.
Yeah.
So yeah, for a cooking kind of guy like you, I'm not sure.
Not hard.
No, I didn't. I obviously didn't need them or care. But. Oh. No, it didn't bother me at all. Yeah, so that gives a little bit of extra. Maybe I should leave yours. So you just started sleeping there? Yeah. What did they do? Yeah. Never watching. Yeah. What parents are. Yes, this is your family. Yes. Did. Yes. What's the right thing? Rest of us, yeah. So. Oh.
Like our meals together, it's all. Yes, yeah, so. That was more like a bothering her, you know? Yeah. But. Good, they look like.
Is it an iPhone? Yes, I went down, I grabbed out. Right.
One minute?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Then we'll just be there and let them kick us out.
No, no. I don't swear that. I don't think it's-
All right, it's 1:30. My friends have abandoned me up here. They are going to catch up. They'll be back and they're going to catch up later. And Commissioner Smith is still listening. He was texting me over the break and he's listening very intently. So we can get back to it with OCC.
Hi, I'm Roy Apollonia, Accounts Examiner, OCC. Good to see everybody again. Afternoon. So my first question, I'm going to be referring to March 2nd, Exhibit B narrative, page 3.
And we had determined there were some light pagination issues in this document. Is it PDF page 3 or?
I believe so. Well, we could.
The section, is it the NBFMCC section, just so we have the right people up, Mr. Apollonia?
But my question is related to the Mystic unit fuel adjustment. So I believe we're looking at that.
Great.
I got you.
All right, yeah, just a general question. Why did the Mystic unit fuel adjustment come in lower than expected?
One moment.
Yes. Can you hear me? All right, I'll speak louder.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Apollonia, thank you for the question. I will start and I will have it supplemented by colleagues. The Mystic contract, the reason that we had to put that in was related to our self-supply of, excuse me, not our self-supply, excuse me, one of our suppliers wanted it excluded from their base standard service rate. And so to exclude it, we had to set an estimate for what that cost would be. And ultimately, our estimate that we set the rate at was higher than where the cost actually came in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, just a follow-up to that, does the company plan to change how it predicts the Mystic unit fuel adjustment going forward?
The Mystic unit is no longer in operation, and so therefore, we would not have this scenario again.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna refer to page 4 of the narrative document. And I understand that you're having PDF pages. But for here, why does the company liquidate the energy associated with the PPAs into the ISO New England market regardless of the prevailing price levels?
Again, I'll start with a response and then I can have it supplemented. Let me just clarify the question. Why do we liquidate the energy that we purchase from the power purchase agreements into the market?
Correct.
Is that instead of using it for standard service? Is that the continuation of the question, or is it just a question on liquidation?
I'm just a general question on the liquidation. Why do you do that?
Sure. So when we purchase energy through a power purchase agreement, we get what's called a buyer's entitlement percentage. And ultimately, the energy that is produced from that asset, we just get assigned the percentage of that. And so it is always monetized into the market, and the price that we pay is the contract price. Excuse me.
Okay. So now I'm going to refer to Exhibit D and Exhibit E, GSC, Exhibit D, and the BF MMCC, Exhibit E, cell D39.
Tab, Mr. Apollonia.
Okay. Just one moment. Pulling it up. Okay. Yes. So the tab is Exhibit E, page 3.
And then, no, I'm sorry, could you please repeat the cell references now that we're on the correct tab?
Yes. So cell D39.
Uh,
I'm sorry, are we on exhibit D as in dog or E as in elephant?
Okay, D.
D, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, okay. Hopefully you can see this. It's relating to the monthly carrying cost charge. You see that?
I do.
Okay, great. So, yeah, if you go to D30, it's a 6.75%.
I see that.
Okay. So and this is the prime rate, correct?
The prime rate at the time of the filing.
Okay. And what source are you using to get that?
My recollection is it's the Wall Street Journal something survey, the same source we've used in prior years.
Okay. I'll take that. You believe it's correct to use the prime rate as a source of the filing?
It's certainly consistent with Pura's orders. My recollection, I might get this docket number slightly wrong, 220908, I think, Pura's revised final decision in that proceeding. If that's not correct, we certainly cited the correct decision somewhere in either our testimony or narrative. It directed us to use the prime rate in effect at the time of filing for purposes of these carrying cost calculations. And that's what we've done this year and the prior years. I do think there is a case to be made that it should be at the company's weighted average cost of capital. That's what deferrals here represent. It's either money that the company is funding on behalf of customers or that the company is benefiting from customers. And, our cost of capital is the weighted average cost of capital. But Pura ordered us to use the prime rate, and we have for many years. So I think our filing in this case is plainly consistent with Pura's direction and the company's practice for the several previous years.
Okay. Thank you. So if I'm going to refer to Exhibit F MB FMCC spreadsheet, tab Exhibit F, page 1, cell D10.
I'm there.
Okay, when I click on the cell, I get an Excel message saying, quote, equal to C/U/U339542, end quote. Do you get the same?
I do see
Okay.
a lot of things there. I missed exactly what you said, but I do see a lot of stuff before the cell reference.
Right, so I'm getting this reference to like a C user. So do you know anything about this user and why it's linked in the formula?
One moment.
Mr. Apollonia, can you remind me what cell we're looking at? I got a little behind.
All right, it's cell D10 of tab Exhibit F, page 1.
Page 1, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And just your question was in effect, like, what is this link?
Right.
It appears to just be something that should have been a pasted value when we filed. But this number should represent the company's beginning balance as of January 1st, 2025.
Okay, thank you. As I was reviewing this spreadsheet, I noticed this issues on Exhibit F, page 1, Excel cells D12, D13, D15, D17, D18, and D24. Does the company acknowledge that these cells, when selected, produce an Excel message reading, quote, equal to C/users/U339542, end quote? I'm just asking because we're hoping you can fix this. It's an error.
I am sure that we could. I will note, though, that right next to this column is Excel column F labeled reference, and that is not a formula. It's text that references other sections of this filing, and it provides a guide to where each one of these values can be found. So using the first one, for example, Excel row 10, numbered line 2, on Exhibit F, page 1, I see a value of $24,234,853. I do see the elaborate Excel reference there, but also in Excel column F, I see a reference to Exhibit F, page 3, line E202. And if I go to Exhibit F, page 3, I scroll way down to numbered line 202, Excel row 210, Excel column E, I see that same number, $24,234,853. And it appears to be a similar story for the remaining lines. Excel row back on page 1, Excel row 12, numbered line 4, I see a value of negative $98,691,812 with a reference to Exhibit F, page 2, line 3. I go to Exhibit F, page 2, line 3, and I see that same number. So I think we'd be happy to address this linking issue, but the intention of the reference column right next to it, right next to this column, is to provide a guide path to where these values can be found.
Gotcha. So my next question was relating to that, and I'm glad you spoke in depth about that. So these references in column F, they're good when you walk through. Okay, thank you.
And I've just been going line by line here. I talked about the first two. I can confirm also the third one, Excel row 13 on page 1, numbered line 5, MBFMCC expenses. I see a value of $6,234,500 with a reference to Exhibit F, page 2, line 74. And I see that same number reflected on the referenced row. So it's a long-winded way of saying, yes, these references appear to be good.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna move to bond funding, and this is gonna be tab Exhibit F, page 3, Excel cell P222. And my question is it correct that the company has bond funding impact of a negative $6,076,883.42?
Could you just repeat the number that you said, please?
Okay, negative $6,076,883.42.
I do see that number on this exhibit. I'll note that that appears to be the beginning balance as of December 2025. I think I see an ending balance as of December 2025 of $6,101,659.72. And that aligns, after accounting for rounding, with the amounts you see on page 1, the sum total of numbered lines 9 and 10, or Excel rows 17 and 18. I see that same number.
Okay, thank you. So that kind of relates to my next question. Thank you. So why am I seeing the bond funding impact on the Excel row 222 increase over time?
This gets back to our discussion with Pura staff earlier today. This is, I'll call it a presentation issue. We could have embedded the bond funding within the amounts up above and then not separately imputed carrying costs on state bond funding, but rather allowed the imputation of carrying costs on the MBFMCC overall to just work mathematically. Right, wrong, or indifferent, what we did here is carve out the state bond funding so you could see exactly how much we received and when we've received it. And because we carved it out, that meant if we made no further changes, that that would avoid the calculation of carrying costs on this amount, which didn't seem appropriate to us. We received $6 million. It felt fair to us that we should calculate carrying costs to customers' benefit, just like we calculate carrying costs on many other RAM components. And so that's what we did. So that was a very long-winded way of saying this change is because of carrying costs.
Okay, thank you. When I select a cell in P222, the row, and the same tab that we're looking at, I get a formula saying Abitrola SharePoint link. Do you get the same?
I do see that. This must be the same linking issue as affected page 1.
Okay, can we?
I can offer, just looking at this, that you point to M222.
I was saying P222, but that's
So I think P222, and it'll be the same concept for all the columns to the left, but P222 appears to be simply equal to O231. In other words, the ending balance from the prior month is equal to the beginning balance of this current month. And it's going to be that, same concept across the rows. So O222 is equal to N231, and so on and so forth. And then just to, carry that forward one step further, I don't know if I'll successfully anticipate another one of your questions or not, but the amounts in row 231 are equal to the beginning balance plus carrying costs. So to start with, the first month with values in this section, cell L231, that ending balance of $6,003,156.50 is equal to the beginning balance. Since I picked the first month, that beginning balance is 6 million, with that 6 million on the nose, no rounding, no nothing, plus the $3,156 of carrying costs in that month. And it's the same concept for each of the subsequent months.
Okay, thank you for that. So is there a way that you guys could just resubmit the spreadsheet and correct the external Ibitrola SharePoint link? Because I don't have access and I'm just trying to verify that the formulas are correct.
Of course, we'd be happy to. I don't know if anyone has a view as to whether it would be appropriate to supplement a data request or do some sort of motion, but I'm sure we can put together a revised version of this Excel that corrects this issue.
Yeah, and we can change that up. I don't know if I'd call it a correction. I think the data is correct, but I understand where Mr. Arpoloni is going. And I think we had, I'm just looking at my notes, I believe Chairman Wheel. Oh, that was Exhibit H. So we can, yeah, we'll find the right place to make the supplement.
Sure, I think I said with respect to a similar question for Exhibit H that if it makes sense, just supplement the exhibit itself, that works. And are we still, can we remind me if we resolved this or not? Wasn't there an open question as to the derivation of the carrying costs on this same line item? Did we resolve that yet, or was that still an open?
I think we had offered to provide some additional information as to how these carrying cost amounts were calculated. You can see the amounts by month, but this doesn't tell you, for example, what the cost of capital was or show you the math.
So maybe, however that's being supplemented, it makes sense to just file them together, like a clean version of the spreadsheet along with that supplement. Would that work?
That tracks, yeah, I understand.
And may I add that in Exhibit H, excuse me, that calculation is in one of the tabs. If I pull it up real quickly. Exhibit H, page 3, the calculation is provided there. We will show it in the same way. The prime rate by month is in column C, B and C in line 65 through 76. So we'll provide it in the same manner where it's showed calculated for Exhibit F. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna move forward to a different topic. I'll be referring to Exhibit F, MBFMCC spreadsheet, tab Exhibit F, page 7, SMEP, labeled row 12, capacity CFD, clean.
I am so sorry, Mr. Apollonia. Could you please hit us with that reference one more time?
So it's Exhibit F, NBFMCC spreadsheet, tab Exhibit F, page 7, SMEP, labeled row 12, capacity CFD, clean.
Thank you. I am there.
Okay, great. I'm seeing an expense of $14,389,065.60. How much capacity are you getting from this plant?
Please give us a moment.
Yep.
One moment.
Just to help you guys, I'm seeing 693 megawatts. Maybe that helps.
Hi, John Stanley. The plant capacity is roughly 600 megawatts. UI's buyer's percentage of that was 20%, so 121 megawatts. And it's important to note that that project, that PPA ended in November of 2025.
Okay, so it's not going to continue. It's, oh, okay.
To put
Thank you. So I have no further questions on that.
Okay, and I was just gonna say, I think we made a adjustment in our known and measurable for that, that contract, so that it reduced the known and measurable amount.
All right, thank you. So I'm gonna move forward to Exhibit F, MB-FMCC spreadsheet, tab, NB-FMCC, Exhibit F, Mill 0, page 14. Okay.
There.
Thank you. Does the company know the rate impact of Millstone's 2025 net total, which is a negative $43,145,232 change compared to the last year's expense of $15,005,637?
When you say rate impact, could you just help me out a little more? What are you?
I'm just, there's a large variance going from an expense to a revenue. For this MBFMCC rate component, how much of the change that we're seeing is because of Millstone?
Got it. One sec. I don't have the exact percentage or dollar value figure, and a couple of my colleagues are racing to get that. I'm not sure how much specificity you're seeking, but I can offer that this is one of the largest drivers for why the company has proposed such a significant decrease in its RAM rates is the Millstone and Seabrook PPAs, and specifically the revenues generated as a result of those PPAs. If there's something more specific, you'd be happy to keep looking for that. And if you just give us a minute or two, I'm sure we can dig it up. But it is a very large driver of why we've proposed a decrease in the RAM rates.
All right, yeah, it's just a general question. If you come up with some towards the end, you could just say it. I could move forward.
Oh, we may have addressed this in an interrogatory. One moment. So I will note that CAE 26 appears to be an extensive discussion of this. It's a 5-page response, so I won't make you sit here while I read through it and identify the exact relevant section, but I would point you to CAE 26 for more information on your question.
All right, thank you so much. So moving forward, I'm going to refer to the same spreadsheet now, moving to tab EIA cost detail, Exhibit F, page 19. Just let me know when you're there.
I think we're there.
Okay, so why are there no numbers for rows 2 through 4? Looks like just the page here. There's nothing here.
It's a fair question. One moment.
Thank you for the question. What this exhibit is showing you is that customers receive a one-time incentive for customers who are using natural gas for distributed generation. And what this spreadsheet is providing to you is that there were no customers in 2025 that received that incentive.
Okay, thank you. So that relates to my next question. So if you just go to the next page, so it's going to be page 20, tab exhibit IA, cost detail, exhibit F, page 20. Next one over. I'm just not familiar with how SCG customers relate to a UI RAM proceeding. I think you started to speak about that nobody got that amount this last year, but you just explain further why we have gas here.
Thank you for bearing with us. It's a very good question. We have an answer. We have an expert here. Thank you.
Sorry, Devang Patel. I was the manager of the EGDG program that was approved way back when, and there were two incentives associated with that program. One was a demand ratchet waiver, and the second was a gas transportation waiver that electric ratepayers would pay. And that's what that represents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna move to a different exhibit. Exhibit Y, spreadsheet tab, exhibit Y, page 3 of 8, row 197, labeled electric vehicle amortization. Okay.
My apologies. I have exhibit Y. I went to page 3, but I fear I picked wrong. Which page did you reference?
It was page 3, row 197.
Oh, labeled row 190. Okay. I'm there. I see now. Thank you.
Okay. So my question here is, can you describe why the electric vehicle amortization expense increased from 1,801,000 in 2024 to 5,404,000 in 2025?
My recollection is this amortization only began partway through 2024. So there's only, I don't remember the exact month, but I think it was only a few months of 2024, but a full year of amortization in 2025, driving the increase. You have a partial year versus a full year.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, I'm going to refer to Exhibit I, RDM, tab Exhibit IB, page 203, row 21, labeled third-party damages.
I am there.
Okay. Why does the company believe third-party damages should be included in the RDM's other revenue items included for decoupling?
Well, I'll start by saying this was not our position. We filed some vehement testimony that would be inappropriate to include these revenues in the RDM, and we took Pura to court on that decision. And we that issue related to the approach to calculate the RDM and the revenue requirement stemming from docket number 220808. In our view, the third-party damage revenues this related to the period before rates stemming from docket number 220808 took effect. Our position was that the revenue requirement established by PURA in docket number 160604 for UI's 2016 rate case reflected third-party damage revenues as a reduction to expense, not a revenue. And so our position was was inappropriate to include these revenues in the RDM because including these revenues in the RDM would constitute double counting. However, in an effort to, I'll call it, turn the page in the revenue, once PURA had made the decisions it did with respect to how the RDM should be calculated in docket number 220808, and then again in docket number 241004, i.e. UI's 2022 and 2024 rate cases, we reflected third-party damage revenues as an other revenue in the revenue requirement in those cases, and PURA adopted that element of our proposed revenue requirement. So for consistency with the revenue requirement used to set the company's base distribution rates and the RDM calculations that are intended to ensure UI collects that approved distribution revenue requirement, no more, no less, we have included third-party damage revenues in the computation of other revenues for RDM purposes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So now I'm gonna go to tab Exhibit IF, page 1 of 3.
I'm there.
Labeled pre-tax return. How are you calculating a pre-tax return of 8.39%?
This should reflect the cost of capital that PURA approved in the rate case. And I know you pointed to Exhibit IF, page 1. Exhibit IF, page 1 provides the central facility lease credit due to UI for the period January through October 2025, i.e. the portion of 2025 that was covered by the rate set in 220808. So this 8.39% pre-tax return should be equal to the weighted average cost of capital established by PURA in docket number 220808, grossed up for taxes. And then similarly, Exhibit IF, page 2, covers the last 2 months of 2025, November and December, based on the revenue requirement established by PURA in docket number 241004 that had a different cost of capital, and accordingly you see a different pre-tax return here.
Okay, thank you. So this should be my last question. I'm going to refer to SPC spreadsheet, tab Exhibit H, page 3, row 42, labeled carrying cost credit.
I am there.
Okay, thank you. I see the formula you're doing has a VLOOKUP. However, just for the record, how do carrying costs impact the bond funding or vice versa? Can you just walk me through this calculation here?
I'll answer that in 2 parts. First, I'll talk about the theory of carrying costs to just kind of echo my comments from earlier today in response to some questions from PURA staff, and then we can, dive into the details of this formula. But as I described previously, a great many RAM components attract carrying costs, whether those carrying costs are in the company's favor or customers' favor. We talked about how PURA directed us to use the prime rate to calculate those carrying costs, and you can see calculations elsewhere in these spreadsheets imputing carrying costs on everything but state bond funding. As I described, we chose to carve out state bond funding and present it separately, but we wanted that to be just the presentation choice. We didn't want that to affect the substance of the calculation in any way. So if we had only done that, that would have meant carrying costs were not imputed on state bond funding, but that didn't feel appropriate to us. We did receive state bond funding, and that is a benefit to the company, all else equal. And so just like every other revenue and expense in the SBC and the MBF MCC together gets lumped in, it gets reflected in the carrying cost calculation, we wanted to ensure that carrying costs on bond funding amounts were similarly calculated. I'll note that this is a benefit to customers. These are negative carrying costs, reducing the amount that we're seeking. Mathematically, this formula is taking the average net investment I'm picking on cell K47 on Exhibit H, page 3 to start, but it should be the same concept for all the columns. Mathematically, you can see that this is equal to the average net investment. Cell K45, we'll come back to the VLOOKUP last because that's likely to be the most involved element. And then there's a times 4-31, which I think is intended to capture the number of days in that month in which we had the benefit of state bond funding. You can see in, for example, September, October, November, and December, there's not a similar times 4/31 at the end of the formula. The VLOOKUP points to this little array down at the bottom, cells B64 through C76. And you can see that the VLOOKUP formula is searching for the row within that array that is relevant to this particular month. Now, a VLOOKUP may be a little extra here since the carrying charge rate is the same in every month, but you can see the VLOOKUP formula is looking up from that array the relevant month that is applicable to that column.
All right, thank you for that. So the questions I have, I'm gonna turn it over to. Okay.
Good afternoon, Albert Zablowski for OCC. Just some quick follow-up on one piece of Mr. Apollonia's cross. And it's everybody's favorite topic, prime rate. Can the company tell me whether the prime rate was 6.75% the whole of the year 2025?
I don't know that, but again, Pura directed us to use the prime rate in effect at the time of filing, which is what we did. I don't recall the prime rate for each month of 2025, unfortunately.
Okay, and are you aware what it was in the same exhibit in your last RAM?
Not offhand, but if you give me a minute, I could look that up.
Thank you.
In last year's filing, it appears that we reflected a prime rate of 7.5%.
So higher than this year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I believe Ms. Tebets, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name, I'm just first time. You mentioned the carrying cost calculation in Exhibit H, page 3. When I scroll to line 64.
Yes.
So lines 64 through 70 says show the prime rate for every month at 6.75%.
Yes.
Okay. When the company calculates its over and under recoveries, does it use that prime rate as of the filing, or does it use the actual prime rate at that time?
Again, when we put together the filings with Pura, we have followed Pura's direction to use the prime rate in effect at the time of filing. So maybe I'm piecing together puzzle pieces you weren't attempting to, but I do see the same prime rate reflected in every month. I don't think this array of cells starting on Excel row 74 of Exhibit H, page 3 is intended to represent the prime rate that was in effect in that month. Rather, I think this array is intended to represent the prime rate that should be used for the calculations up above. And so based on what I described, how Pura has directed us to use the prime rate in effect at the time of filing, you would expect it to be the same rate across all of the months, which is exactly what we've reflected here.
So assuming that the prime rate, as shown in your exhibit from last year, was higher, at some point this year, it changed to, at some point in 2025, I'm sorry, it was lowered or it went down. If it, correct?
Presumably.
Okay, so, and if that's the case, and instead of using the prime rate as of the date of the filing, the company used the actual rate for each month when calculating its over recovery, would that result in a higher carrying cost to the company?
Yeah, one of the things that we've really objected to is changing the rules of the game. You know, Pura set the approach to calculating carrying costs, I forget, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe now, and has followed that each year consistently since. Candidly, I would have a serious problem if Pura chose to change course because changing course this year resulted in more money going back to customers. I don't know that that would represent sound rate making. I don't know that that would represent a fair application of reasoned consistency, and I don't know that that would represent predictable and a reasonable basis for the company to plan its operations. We've followed the approach that Pura has required us to follow. Would you get a different answer if you took a different approach? Absolutely. But again, we think it's important to establish the rules of the game and then follow those rules. And we're just trying to follow the rules.
So differently, at the same level of over recovery and a higher prime rate in the prior year, would that result in a higher carrying cost to the company?
Could you just say that again for me, please?
Sure. At the same level of over recovery and a higher prime rate in the prior year, would that result in a higher carrying cost to the company?
Yes, if you were to increase the carrying cost rate, carrying costs would go up.
Okay. So that would ultimately mean a larger amount the company has to return to the ratepayer. Is that right?
Yes, but again, if you were to have followed that same approach in years past, there would be impacts to the company too. So it would strike me as tremendously unfair to change the rules now when it, just so happens to benefit ratepayers. And if you're going to change now, I think as a company, we'd be nervous that you're going to change back next year when it cuts against the company. So I cannot emphasize enough how much we would object to continuing to change the rules and continuing to pull the rug out from under our feet.
And are you aware of how the other EDC in our state calculates the carrying charges, whether it's on a monthly or at the time of the filing?
I'm not.
Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Attorney White.
Can I just ask quickly, Mr. Hurwitz, the docket where Pura established the standard for using the prime rate as of the time of filing was at 220908. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct. I would highlight that my recollection is there was, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, there was a final decision and then like an errata decision or a motion for reconsideration or something that came out after. My recollection is the first final decision said WAC and then the revised final decision said prime rate at the time of filing.
That's correct, Mr. Hurwitz. And Chairman Wheel, the March 22nd, 2023 errata decision in 220908 revised on its own. I don't believe there was a motion for revised on its own the order that says the EDCs in their respective annual RAM filings shall apply and then WAC is struck through with prime rate underlined. So that is where that comes from.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Miss. Why do I keep calling you Miss White? Sorry, Attorney White, Esquire at Law. Please proceed.
That introduction. I'm going to be referring to Schedule H to start with, and I suspect most of my questions are probably going to be to Mr. Daniels. So I heard in the discussion with Pura staff earlier, I think you said that the last customers were enrolled on BFP around November 2024. Does that sound right?
So we ceased enrollment as of November 1st, 2024.
How long does BFP last?
It could be up to 3 years, 36 months.
Okay. And so based on the discussion earlier, I heard you said you'd want to know two of the things that I actually had as my questions. So I'm going to assume you don't know how many customers are on BFP right now, or how many months they have left. Is that correct?
I would be able to get how many customers are on BFP currently, knowing how many months each customer has left would take a considerable amount of effort.
I understand. I guess I'm not really looking for it. What I want to know is you have the ability to get that information, right? Like this is
Yes.
within your system that you can get to.
Yes, we could.
And in your system, do you also have the ability to know the rate at which a customer successfully completes BFP once they've been enrolled? Because at this point, so we're at what? March 2026, they enrolled in November 2024, year and a half-ish rough. Generally over time, do you collect data on customers been on BFP for a year and a half? How many drop off at that point and how many continue on?
I don't know that we have historical rates of completion given a customer having completed X amount of months so far. And I think that's what we really want to see, right? Because I think the population that we're looking at, considering that we haven't enrolled a customer in this program for nearly 2 years, or it'll be 2 years in November. Fast forwarding a little bit too far, but I don't know that we'd have a similar population size to forecast a potential completion rate against.
And do you generally collect data on the number of customers who, once they've successfully completed the payment arrangement, BFP would have been the historic one that they would have completed, that they immediately re-enroll, or immediately, but as soon as eligible, re-enroll on another payment arrangement?
We do have that.
So you know that?
Yes.
You actually don't need to give it to me. I just want to know, do you collect that data?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess what I'm ultimately trying to get at is if I understood the discussion that you were having with authority staff earlier, you were generally saying that you didn't really think there was a known and measurable filing to be made to account for BFP phasing out, kind of a cascading impact of BFP. And it sounded like you were trying to say that the reason you couldn't do that, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, please correct me. I'm just telling you my understanding. The reason you couldn't do that was because you were presuming that they were going to be, that the cascading effect of BFP was going to be immediately be replaced by enrollment onto MPP.
No, I don't know that I was saying that. I think it was unknown which, and although we do have some information around that, I don't know that it would necessarily meet the known and measurable requirement to be able to say we anticipate X amount of customers upon completion of BFP to either enroll somewhat soon thereafter into MPP or any other program, only because the number of variables that impact whether or not a customer needs to go on a payment arrangement program, varies so widely.
Okay, but if I just understood you, you said you kind of collect that historical data, right? I'm sorry.
So I think your question was something to the effect of like, but don't you have historical data? And I think, to that question and to some extent your previous one, is there a relationship between these two programs? It seems that there is. Is there some historical data that we could marshal? Maybe, but I think even with those facts established, that doesn't a known and measurable adjustment make. A known and measurable adjustment would require peering into the future and making a determination as to what will happen. And I think I discussed with authority staff earlier today that I'm not aware of a textbook definition of a known and measurable adjustment, but typically I think of a known and measurable adjustment as something that is reasonably certain, both with respect to timing and with respect to amount. A classic example of a known and measurable adjustment is a collectively bargained union wage increase. And I think even while there might be some historical data about these programs or some relationship between the costs of these two programs, that's different from being able to develop a computation that says we are reasonably certain this is what's going to happen through the remainder of 2026. So I think it's not that there isn't a relationship or that we're, there's a complete dearth of data. Rather, in this case, it's that the future is hard to predict. And we felt that we couldn't take the information that we had sitting here today and turn that into an adjustment that met the known and measurable standard.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm turning to LIDAR, low income discount rate. I think I'm still with Mr. Daniels. You stated that you'll be implementing the 5-tier LIDAR in August 2026. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at present, you're doing the data sharing with DSS on a monthly basis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does DSS currently provide you with the ultimate, are they giving you the 5-tier data now and you're just ignoring the other 5 tiers at the moment?
No, actually, we've been collecting the 5-tier data for quite some time and building out a shadow table so that upon go live, and we've actually built a mechanism with this version of the 5-tier LiDAR to be able to automatically upload those tier levels and enroll customers on the appropriate tier as of go live.
Okay. So is
And actually speaking of a known and measurable environment, what constitutes a known and measurable adjustment, we use that shadow table data because it's tens of thousands of customers worth of data to be able to predict that $6 million decrease in discounted rates.
that was exactly the question that I was going to have. Thank you for anticipating that. Okay, where is that reflected in here?
CA 19 or in the schedule? Or
In the schedules? That was where I was looking for it, but if not, maybe that was my problem, is that's where I was looking for it.
Yeah, I think actually the known and measurable is totalized in the exhibit, but you'll find a breakdown of that amount in the known and measurable testimony as well as the rates submission testimony that was filed in February.
Okay, so you have reduced it to reflect the fact that you are fairly certain that you're going to reduce the cost of the LiDAR for the second half of 2026.
And I think they're subject to check, I believe it's CA 19, which breaks down the analysis that we did based upon that shadow table data, and that would be reflected in the reference points that Ms. Prescott provided.
There was some discussion earlier about third-party collections. When was the last time you conducted third-party collections for hardship customers? Approximately.
When's the last, can you maybe clarify that? Because there's a couple of different ways that I might be able to look at conducted or defined conducted.
When did you last engage a third party to
start
collect from?
Or were they actively collecting? I mean, so I mean,
both. You can give me both of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't generally do this, but I'm gonna jump ahead because I've anticipated one of your questions today, so maybe I can get two. Are you on line 19? We have third-party collections cost in there, and that does represent customers who were previously placed with our legal collections firm for hardship collections where we are still collecting That's the percentage paid to the legal collections firm for dollars that they have collected from previously placed hardship customers.
So they're continuing the collection on previously placed hardship customers.
Correct.
Are those still active customers, or are they terminated at this point?
They are active.
Okay. And I have one more question specifically just to my understanding of Exhibit H. On Exhibit H, page 5, using the line numbers that you added, I'm looking at lines 24 through 26, 31 through 35 in the Excel numbers.
I have that.
Okay. I just want to make sure, are these numbers individual, or there's no duplication in these? So for instance, if a customer were in the both medical and financial bucket on line 33 in the Excel file, they wouldn't also be on the MPP line on line 36 of the actual, or I'm sorry, 35 of the Excel file. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Just going to confer. So just to clarify, they could actually be represented in both of those line items. The medical only and both medical and financial is just the account status. However, those customers, either medical only or medical and, but obviously not medical only, but medical and financial could be on either BFP or MPP. So they could be those 5,850 customers listed for both medical and financial. It is possible that some of those customers could be on either BFP or MPP.
So then that would mean that flows out the whole way through there. Then the accounts
As far as they
equally be duplicative. I'm saying, like, when we're looking at the number of customers you said could be duplicative, then through the entirety of all that row, the current 30, 60, 90, 120 total, all those numbers would equally be duplicative then. Does that make sense?
Yes, provided that they had that level of arrearage, yes. So a customer who was only 30 days, who's both medical and financial, but also an MPP, would be representative in that 30-day bucket on both lines.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn to capital costs now and attachment C. And that's where you provided capital costs for generally RRES, NRES, MPP, and lighter projects, correct?
That sounds correct. My recollection is there were more projects as well, but I think that's right.
Have you recovered the capital costs in prior years' RAM filings?
I'll just take this opportunity to explain the overall process that we've put forth with respect to capital projects in this proceeding. Historically, UI has recovered only a very limited number of capital investments through the RAM. I think prior to last year, my recollection is it was just RDR assets, regulated distribution resources, I think is what that stands for, an element of the MBF-MCC. And those are the longstanding investments made many years ago now. Last year, we put forth the cost of two-tier LIDR as a adjustment to the RAM, and PIRA accepted our adjustment. I think there was some back and forth with the specific numbers and the orders, but ultimately there were amounts for two-tier LIDR. In my recollection, although I'm less certain of this, but I do recall that there was a known and measurable adjustment for 5-tier LIDR last year. But so the process that we've put forth is, in our view, every capital project that is reflected in the RAM should be reviewed by PURA for prudence once, but no more than once. So we put forth some documentation, some testimony, some exhibits last year with respect to the 2-tier LIDR program, because when we made our filing last year, it was in service and we had the documentation and the costs and all of those materials to provide to PURA, and we provided them to PURA, and PURA the set rates that reflected the revenue requirement of that investment. We did not provide last year documentation of that same level for other capital projects. This year, more time has passed, and so now we're saying that 2-tier LIDR was previously reviewed by PURA, and so while there are the 2025 revenue requirements on that investment reflected in our filing, we have not provided, again, that suite of documentation. What we have done, though, is provide that documentation for projects that are now in service that PURA has not previously reviewed for prudence. And in this case, that's the matching payment program and net metering. To my recollection, UI has not recovered any amount for either of those investments in any prior year, because we have also put forth known and measurable adjustments for additional capital projects, but for the same reason, we didn't provide a more fulsome suite of documentation for 5-tier LIDR last year. So too have we not provided that more fulsome suite of documentation this year. We have not provided nothing. We covered it in our known and measurable testimony and explained what we were providing and what we were proposing, but there's a different kind of level of documentation that we're contemplating for things that are in service versus things that are expected to be in service in the future. That was very long-winded, but hopefully it answers your question. And I can try again if it didn't.
I might need to try again. So yes, you have included some of these items in RAM in the past.
I'll use 2-tier LIDR as an example. And I'm just going to make up numbers for ease of discussion. These numbers are obviously not real, but if 2-tier LIDR came at a cost of $100 and that $100 investment had a 10-year life, the way it would work under the process we've put forth in our filing this year, we would provide all of the documentation and support that we felt necessary for PURA to find our investment prudent in that first year, once that $100 investment was in service. And then each year for the remaining 10 years of its life, the RAM rates would reflect just the revenue requirement on the remaining net book value at that point in time. So while there would be a lot of documentation in that first year, for each of the next subsequent years, it would just be a revenue requirement that is, maybe it spikes at first because of the averaging and rate base and whatnot, but it would then decline over time as the assets depreciate.
Okay. And none of these items, 2-tier, LIDR, any of that were included in the company's most recent rate case?
Not in the revenue requirement that was established in that case. There were a couple of projects, 2-tier LIDR being one, the net metering project being another. There may have been a third, but I can't recall. Were in the revenue requirement that we had proposed, but PURA did not adopt that element of our proposal, and those projects were excluded from the revenue requirement that PURA established in that case.
And okay, does that include all of the projects? I'm trying to look quickly through attachment C here. Does that include all of the projects in attachment C?
Yeah, there's no project in attachment C that's reflected in base distribution rates.
Okay. Okay. And so just to be clear with what you were saying there, the IT costs for the 5-tier LIDR are or are not contained in your current filing?
My recollection is that is a known and measurable adjustment because that's an investment that we expect to go into service in 2026.
Okay. Turning to the order number 7 compliance filing that you made on March 2nd. I believe this is also motion number 124 in docket 241004. And there's an Excel spreadsheet that's an attachment to it. That's what I'm going to be looking at here.
Could you just give us one moment. I think we're there. Thank you.
Okay, so for ease of my questions, just I'm asking these to help myself understand, and I went to metric 3 because that seemed to be the most concise one to work with. You averaged the data from 2021 to 2025, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
My
Okay.
apologies. We may have misheard your reference.
I'm sorry, it's the,
I think if we could just,
it's
were you thinking that it
compliance.
was yeah, there were 2 compliance filings, right?
There's compliance with order number 7, not motion number 7.
order number, so it's a compliance filing
Thank you.
dated March 2nd. I'm looking at it externally, so I'm probably looking at it from the same way you would. It says compliance filing 3/2/2026, 21 or 260104 order.
We have that. Thank you. Although my apologies in the kerfuffle, I missed your question.
That's okay. I just want to make sure I understand the compliance filing, what I'm seeing in it. So like I said, I used metric 3. It's the most concise of all of them, is why I went with that one. You averaged the data. So for instance, row 10, you averaged 2021 through 2025, and then you compared it to 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand, why you chose to use that method, because as I'm looking at it here, so for instance, once again, in the metric 3 version, I mean, you can clearly see that the numbers from in column E for 2024 versus column F for 2025, obviously, like what is that, 12-ish%? I'm not that good at math, a percent increase, but year over year. And versus when I'm looking at the results in column K, it appears as if you're scoring yourself 130%. So can you help me understand how we get from an increase from year over year, the number of accounts that are leaving a payment arrangement without a successful completion? You have 6,000 more accounts in 2025 than you did in 2024, but it looks in the highlighted results column in column K as if you're giving yourself 130% positive score for that.
So I think what we're trying to articulate, not necessarily the 6,000 more customers, but when we look at the baseline calculation of through the historical period, there was 56.4% of customers left. We had a decrease in the percent of customers who left payment arrangements in 2025. So we would have performed better, right? We dropped from 56 or over half of the customers leaving a payment arrangement to less than half at 43%. So I think that is what the 130% improvement is meant to represent.
Okay, and if I'm looking at the tab, the tab that says updated allowable comp table, when you exceed the 130% metric, you are permitted 100% of your performance metrics compensation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what appears here, correct?
And I'll just add that that's consistent with table 53 from Pura's final decision in docket number 24-1004 on pages 158 and 159.
Understood.
It's me again, Albert Zablowski for OCC. Just a follow-up question or two on capital costs, just to double and triple check. Did the company include any of the projects from attachment C in its last rate case application?
Yeah, again, we had included them in our app, a couple of them. My recollection is it was two-tier LIDR and the net metering project. We had included those in our application, but Pura removed them from the revenue requirement that was established in that proceeding, finding that the RAM was the appropriate venue to seek cost recovery.
So this is the second time you're seeking recovery for these?
Just to be clear, I would object to the extent the question implies the company is seeking to double recover on these projects.
Yeah,
Is that not what was
no.
being implied?
Oh, I apologize. That is not what I'm applying. I'm not implying anything. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whether the company put these projects in its rate case application, then it was denied, and is now trying to basically get recovery for these projects in the RAM as a second attempt.
Okay,
Yeah,
and I would object to the extent that the projects were not denied or found to be like imprudently incurred or anything along those lines, or ruled to be excluded from future cost recovery.
I think I'm gonna just technically overrule the objection because I don't think the question, I think the question was, is that what happened here? That's my understanding of the question. I think that if that's not what happened here, the witness can explain.
Yeah, again, Mr. Zablowski, is this the second filing that we have made seeking to recover these investments? Technically, that is a true characterization. However, I think it is a misleading one because Pura didn't deny the investments in the rate case on the basis that they were imprudent. This isn't like us trying to take a second bite of the apple. We had proposed these investments in the revenue requirement in docket number 24-1004. Pura said the rate case isn't the right venue. Seek recovery in the RAM. That's what we're here doing.
Thank you for clearing that up. And
just for the record, we do see our own order from last week saying that on page 25. So just put it out there. Thank you.
Now,
I will add, in one case, Pura's final decision in 24-1004 added, I won't call it a finding of imprudence, but it added some commentary about the information that the company had presented. One of the data requests that we filed as we were walking into the hearing room today, a supplemental response to CAE 24 includes some extensive discussion, responding to that exact point. So that doesn't, change in any way the answer that I just gave, but just to flag that for the group since that's information that we only filed extremely recently.
if I look at page 3, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I do on page 3 for a particular project see costs from 2022, 2023, and 2024
My apologies, page 3 of what?
of attachment C.
Okay, just one moment.
And just so we're all looking at the attachment C that was filed on Friday, there was a corrected attachment C that was filed on Friday.
I am looking at the original, but I can open the corrected as well, I believe.
I've got the corrected up, but I think you will also see numbers for 2022 and 2023 in there on page 3.
But I guess I was just trying to get a sense of when the company, could have come in for these costs. As I'm assuming this project was included in the company's rate case application, or is that not the case?
The project on page 3 of our revised attachment C is the net metering project. That is one of the ones that we had put forth in the rate case. As we had explained in that proceeding, and as I guess I'll re-explain now, we thought the rate case was the appropriate venue for cost recovery here. I know for this project in particular, there was an authority order that directed the company to seek cost recovery through the RAM. That order said we should seek cost recovery through the RAM of our expenses, not necessarily of our capital costs. They're clarified in the rate case in docket number 241004 that we should seek recovery of the capital costs of this project through the RAM. So that's what we're doing. If we had reflected this project in the RAM in 2022, 2023, or 2024, the RAM rates that would have been set in those years would be higher. But that would have no effect on the rates we were proposing in this case, because the revenue requirements we would have proposed in those years would have been based on the plant in service at that point in time. We're not here today seeking to go back and collect our 2022 revenue requirements for this project. We're not seeking to go back and collect 2023 or 2024 either. So, could the company have, if we had managed to connect the dots that by expense, Pura meant capital cost, could we have included this in a filing in the past and charged customers more? Maybe, but that would not have affected the amounts that we're seeking in this case.
Thank you. So that is it. And that's it from the OCC.
Thank you. I do want to note for the record that every single person from OCC is a Pura alum today. Just a funny coincidence. Thank you, OCC. Next, we have Deep reserve the right. Okay, and CIEC reserve the right. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Wheel. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Jay Goodman, and I'm here today with a couple questions. Thank you on behalf of Connecticut industrial energy consumers. I also have a couple questions regarding your capital cost recovery proposals. I'll try not to be duplicative. I think Attorney White and her colleagues covered some of the questions I planned to ask. Initially, the intent of your proposal is to create a process that could be used in future RAM reconciliations for any capital project, correct?
I think our intention is certainly to define the process. I wouldn't say it's for any capital project because we're not sitting here saying, well, we have 100 capital projects. Should we reflect these 7 in the RAM? And I guess we'll show up. We're trying to define the process by which we seek and Pura approves recovery of capital costs through the RAM only for those projects that Pura has already directed us to seek to recover through the RAM. So the different LIDR projects, 2-tier, 5-tier, the matching payment program, this net metering project that I was just discussing with OCC, each of these projects are projects where Pura has previously directed us to seek recovery through the RAM. We didn't, pluck these out of the sky and choose to come here. These were things that Pura directed us to seek to recover through the RAM. But to the point of your question, absolutely, we're trying to, define the processing cadence by which we put together our filings and then Pura approves them, ideally.
So if your proposal were to be approved, the proposal would establish a process that could be used to seek capital cost recovery for a project that was not directed by the authority to be recovered through the RAM. Is that correct?
I don't think so. Our process is more like, our use of the word process in this context is more administrative than that. It's, I talked about the 3 different, phases a capital project might be in. Phase 1 is previously reviewed for prudence by Pura. Phase 2 is in service, but not yet previously reviewed for prudence by Pura. And then phase 3 is not yet in service. the process that we've put forth here is the nature and level of information for projects in each one of those phases and when we provide that information. So for projects in that first bucket, stuff that is already in service and has already been reviewed and approved by PURA, our so-called process is that, we don't have to re-provide all of the same information that PURA used to find the project prudent in a prior year. For those projects that we are seeking to have reviewed for prudence by PURA, and I'm realizing I've used the word prudence many times, and prudence is a legal term, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'll just sneak that caveat in there. But for those projects that are in service but have not previously been reviewed for prudence by PURA, we've provided, some narrative description in our March full RAM filing. We've provided some documentation, this attachment C that we were just discussing with OCC a minute ago. And then we've provided data request responses on, some of the specifics for that project. And for projects that are not yet in service, we've, provided the information that we have in our known and measurable filing. Just to pick a random big program of UI, like the distribution line inspection program. I don't remember the budget for UI, but I'm sure it's big. I wouldn't anticipate us showing up next year and saying, well, this year we've decided we want to recover this in the RAM, unless PURA had already issued an order saying it was appropriate to seek recovery of that investment through the RAM. So that was kind of long-winded, but does that get at your question, or have I missed the mark?
No, I think it did, but if I could ask kind of a different version of the question to make sure I understand. Is the proposal that in future RAM proceedings, if you were to propose a capital project for cost recovery, it would be a project that the authority previously has said seek recovery through the RAM?
Exactly. Every one of the projects we've reflected here, we've cited some other PURA proceeding that gave rise to us pursuing that project in the first place, with some specific direction about seeking cost recovery through the RAM.
And did I hear correctly earlier, your answer to a question regarding future cost recovery, that you're starting with the panel's proposal is to fully recover the capital costs through the RAM, as opposed to moving that recovery into base distribution rates in your next proceeding?
Candidly, I would have expected there to be some transfer of investments into base distribution rates. That's typically how it works in other jurisdictions, in my experience. Just to offer one example, in Massachusetts, there's an explicit capital cost tracker for gas utilities called the GSEP. It's very similar to the DIMP for CNG and SCG. And that's a capital cost recovery mechanism outside of base distribution rates, whereby the company recovers the cost of its cast iron bare steel main replacements, or it recovers the revenue requirement on its cast iron bare steel main replacements. And then in rate cases, amounts that were recovered through the GSEP roll into base distribution rates. And that's, I think, how I would have expected it to work. But based on the orders I've seen from PURA and the discussions I've been a part of, my understanding, and I would be welcome to be told that I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that if a project is recovered to the RAM, in the RAM it lives. It would not transfer into base distribution rates in the future.
Okay. Move on from the capital cost proposal. Have a couple, the panel earlier has asked a couple questions regarding the phase-in to the new cost allocation methodology. I have a few follow-up questions regarding that. And I believe for these questions, we're referring to Exhibit Y, page 3 of 8. If you would let me know when you have that open.
Just bear with us, please. Thank you.
Sure.
We're there. Thank you.
And just
not to belabor this, Attorney Goodman, but are you referring to Exhibit Y from the company's March 2nd filing, or Exhibit Y that was submitted as part of one of the attachments to the proposed rates filing?
I think I'm looking at the March 2nd.
Okay.
It's possible, though, I think for the,
Guess I can just let you get started and we'll figure it out. Sorry.
is that a trick question? I think that my questions, for the questions I have, it might not make a difference, but if it does, then, you know, the panel will advise if I'm kind of going off track because we're looking at different exhibits.
Exhibit Y, page 3 from March 2nd. I'm not sure what your questions are, but it looks like it may be where you're trying to go, so.
Am I correct that the new NBFMCC allocation methodology that you're proposing to phase in would transition the allocation of mandated energy purchases and miscellaneous and other mandatory subcategories to an energy basis? Is that correct?
Correct.
And on page 3 of 8, if you find the section entitled Contracts for Differences on lines 14 through 20,
Yes,
the cost elements here are categorized by the company as capacity, correct?
correct.
Would you agree that the cost-based approach to allocating capacity-related costs is to use a demand-based allocator?
Yes, that was discussed at length in previous dockets, 24-1205, 24-0104, and 23-0104. And the company had originally proposed to continue to use the 1 CP allocator to do that. But the order in 24-1205 was to use the scenario 1 that came out of there, where that was directed to be used an energy allocator, along with the rest of the state mandated energy purchases category.
You move down the worksheet to, excuse me, the section with the heading titled Consulting Fees, starting on line 142. And this is 142 in the worksheet itself. Please let me know when you find it.
There.
Most of the costs included in this section are categorized as regulatory, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that the company currently allocates these costs based on customer count?
No, these are all allocated on 1 CP currently.
1 CP currently, okay. Is it true, is the same true with respect to the cost categorized as miscellaneous?
Correct.
Okay. And if you continue scrolling down the worksheet, there are a number of other cost elements categorized, as miscellaneous. Those also currently are allocated based on 1 CP. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. I have just a few questions. I'm going to go fast, or try to. And my questions are going to be, I have a couple questions about the ISO New England costs in the NBF MCC, and then the rest of my questions are about solar programs. My first question, the narrative, which I've said this in previous years, but I love the narrative. The narrative that accompanies the RAM filing is really helpful. The narrative, when it describes the NBF MCC over recovery, it discusses the various drivers one way or the other. And my understanding from the narrative is that the New England grid operator cost, there was an under recovery of about $1 million for 2025. Is that correct?
You're referencing the discussion at the bottom of page 3 of the narrative. The overall variance is $955,745.
Yes.
I do see that.
Yeah, and on page 3, it discusses, it says that that cost includes regional network service for scheduling black start generators. Can anyone explain what that means? Like what exactly that cost is?
Those are charges billed by ISO New England that were really have a transmission. They're transmission ancillary services according to FERC, but they have been historically recovered through the NBFMCC since 2004.
Okay. You anticipated my question. My question was if it's RNS, why is it not in the TAC? But is it just, it's just one of those things that like it's been that way since 2004?
Yes, there was no way to get that in until the TAC statute came about in 2005. And those costs had been included in there well before that.
Okay. And I'm glad you answered this question, Mr. Kolka, because my next question about this was an allocation one. Is the proposal, is there a difference in the proposed allocation between the TAC and the NBFMCC in this case?
Well, current. Apologize for that.
No problem.
My apology to offer as I interrupted us falsely.
No problem. The question I'm getting at is, is there a difference between the proposed allocation between the NBFMCC and the TAC? And my concern is these charges seem like they ought to be allocated like transmission charges. So if they're in the NBFMCC and they're not allocated like the TAC, is that not an issue?
Those charges in the New England grid operator costs currently, because they were at one time in the bundled NBFMCC category, now it's been unbundled into the 4 categories. The scenario 1, I think correctly determined that should be allocated based on 12 CP. The New England grid operator costs should be allocated based on 12 CP. So if we were to adopt the scenario 1 allocation, then those would be allocated based the same way as all the TAC expenses are.
Okay. Good. That sounds good. Thank you. I think all the rest of my questions are about solar, meaning LREC, ZREC, NRES, RRES, and SCEF. My first question is, it looks like there was an increase in LREC and ZREC credits between 24 and 2025. I was just curious. I was sort of surprised to see that. curious if someone could explain why that might be.
The increase is based on the projects that go in service. Similar to also known and measurable, we project some of the projects that will go in service. There are still several projects that did not achieve their delivery term start date according to LREC-ZREC program rules and have been extended. Therefore, these are still reflecting and, will be additional incremental cost to the program.
Okay.
And in addition, these are intermittent resources. So sometimes dependent upon the production of the assets, obviously it can change that amount. So if in the future we have a static, enrollment, we have everyone is done, we still could see variations just due to solar production.
Yeah, sunnier year.
And they're not all solar. I should clarify in LREC-ZREC space. We also have fuel cells.
Okay. Thank you. I'm skipping some questions. On Exhibit F from the March filing, sorry, the only Exhibit F, on page 2, line labeled 31, customer produced energy, the first line there, actually line 33 says LREC and ZREC payments. What is that capturing? What are the LREC and ZREC payments that are identified there?
Those payments are related to the projects that generated renewable energy credits. And so those credits are purchased from those projects and then monetized in the market. So where you see the payments, that's where the payments for those renewable energy credits are made to the projects and the counterparties of the tariff agreements.
Okay, so that's just purchasing RECs.
That is correct.
Okay. And the LREC and ZREC revenue, then that's the revenue from reselling those same RECs?
That is correct. That is revenue that we by liquidating those renewable energy credits in the market. That is correct.
Okay. In line 35, LREC and ZREC program administration, what does WPC stand for?
It's wholesale power contracts.
Okay. So is that like an internal O&M cost associated with administering the contracts?
Yeah, yes, it is. Ms. Miller can explain that, but I think we took the OCCs, perhaps it was your recommendation, in last year's final decision. I think I'm not sure if it made it into the final decision, but I know that there was a suggestion during that docket to have us reflect the specific labor associated with the work that previously had been combined into a wholesale labor charge, but had been LREC, ZREC, NRES, Shared Clean Energy, Power Purchase Agreement Management, and we had endeavored this year to add that line item so that you could see that sort of administrative cost separately, but Ms. Miller can add to.
No, Ms. Prescott summarized it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And so last year it was 0 for this, but is that because it wasn't its own separate line item last year?
That is correct. It was last year, it was included in the wholesale power administrative cost line item.
Okay. Thank you. Line 36, which is RRES. I think I've asked this before, but frankly, I haven't asked this before in my current capacity, but in history, I kept kind of track down the difference between how UI treats these programs versus Eversource on a totally accounting level. And I believe I asked this question last year, that this line item captures the total costs. Like this is the cost of the energy, the netting itself, as well as the like this is the all-in cost for RRES. Is that accurate?
So if you look at Exhibit F, page 9, EXP CPE, that actually provides the itemized detail of all of the programs, including RS. And then on page 2, you can see, you were correct, you can see the total amount of all of those costs.
Okay. Thank you. And just curious, out of curiosity, and then I gotta find my way back to my page. Yeah, so the cost of, I was just curious why the cost of, if you had any insight, why RRes went down and NRes went up from year to year.
In the net cost?
Yep.
Again, it depends on the size of the projects and the number of the projects. Where actually it also depends on the credits that have been made through the program. As you can see for RS program, there are, for instance, NBC charge that was implemented in 2024 that provides for additional credit to the program itself. NRES program, it's much larger projects when it comes to scale, but also there are some fuel cells so it depends on the technology, which also kind of dictates the size of the payment, right? Because of the capacity factor.
But the overall net cost year over year as between the two programs, like 2024 actuals for RRes was 2 million and NRes was only 104,000, right? So it's, even though they're bigger projects, it looks like it's generally not as large an overall cost driver as between NRes and RRes.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat your question? I apologize.
I just following up on what you were just saying, I understand that our NRes projects are larger, but the overall net cost as compared to RRes each year, it's a much smaller net cost overall.
That's a great question, and thank you for that. The reason for that is because in the RS program, the deployment is much faster. Unlike for the large projects, we don't have as many projects in service. In comparison to RS program, they procure anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 projects a year. So that's why the cost is much larger than the NRES program.
Thank you. Page 11 of Exhibit F, the labeled line 24, which is the Excel row 32, it says net metering for 2026.
Yes.
What's captured in that line item?
That's a revenue requirement for the exhibit that was the supplemental Exhibit C that was provided in our latest filing.
Okay, so that's an O&M cost associated with putting that together?
This is capital.
Okay.
Capital, yes. Thank you.
All right. And what program is that? Can you just describe what that project is accomplishing?
Yes, so this project started in 2007-01 Docket when the successor program was established for, at that time, virtual node and metering and LREC program. PURA directed the EDCs to establish add-on, bio and netting tariffs and implemented those tariffs. It included also Power Clerk and some other additional components that were included in this net metering project.
Okay. So that's like the programs that are currently using this asset then are NRES and RRes. Is SCEF also using this?
That is correct. Yes, NRES, RS, SCEF program, and now it's spilled also into LREC with the add-on project because that also affects the legacy programs as well.
Okay. Thank you. My last question, I think it's on the same page. Let me verify. Yeah, also in this additional NBFMCC category on the same page, line 35, which is Excel row 43. I recognize that it's gains on sales of utility property. I see that there is nothing in here. I was just curious. There isn't an actual just for December. Do you know like what's in this line item and why is it only 1 month worth of activity?
This relates to, I just read the answer and then forgot it 4 seconds later. 1 second. So this isn't the kind of thing that happens every month necessarily. This particular December value represents proceeds to UI from an insurance claim that UI received in December of 2025. My colleague just pointed me to our glossary in this case, which cited a prior period decision. I've already forgotten the docket number, but we were directed to include proceeds such as this as a separate line item within the MPF MCC.
And it was docket 230104.
Thank you.
Okay. And recognizing that this is a very small number in the grand scheme of things, just curious your thoughts, anyone's thoughts on whether it makes sense, given that this isn't like necessarily an expense you're going to incur in the next rate period. Does it make sense to be setting, just conceptually, to be using this as a proxy for next year? Not that I want to say don't give us $61,000, but my concern more is like if it doesn't happen next year, then we have to pay $61,000. We, speaking on behalf of ratepayers, have to pay $61,000 plus interest for no reason, right?
Yeah, I understand. I think to offer a truly fulsome response to that, I would want to study what this line has been in prior years. Maybe 61,000 is low relative to history. I'm not sure offhand. I think for an amount of this materiality, where my mind is going is a concept that the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities has talked about in rate cases called ebb and flow. I think they recognize that, I've heard them use or read them use the phrase ebb and flow in the context of base distribution rate cases, and to, describe my understanding of what that regulator is recognizing is that in any given test year, there's going to be puts and takes. There's always going to be unique circumstances in a particular 12-month period. And in this case, maybe, if, for example, there were no gains on the sale of utility property in the past 3 years, well, maybe there's some other line item within the MBF MCC that would fluctuate by this much. And so I think the intention of using a test year in the Massachusetts Department's view is, while it's a real, actual 12-month experience of the company, and for $61,000, if I were in Pira's shoes, I'm probably feeling the same. I don't mean to say that your question is not without merit. I have no evidence to suggest that we're going to get another insurance claim the same amount at the same timing next year, but I think given all of the line items in the MBF MCC and how much they're going to fluctuate, if we came within $61,000 of getting the answer right, I think we all deserve medals.
I agree. One last question on the same topic, which is line item 32, which I just noticed while we were talking here, which is it's an $8 million single line item. Do you know whether that's like a similar, an expense that was just happened to be incurred in 2025 and may not be incurred again in 2026?
That one I don't recall. One moment.
For the record, that'd be bill inserts, looks like driven by docket 171203 REO 8. And I promise I did just note, this feels very much like I was teeing up, like, I really just noticed this just now.
No worries, and please always feel free to ask your questions. I think this one we're not sure, and I don't want to sit here and tell you that something with 2 commas in it is just ebb and flow, like the 61,000. I think if it would be amenable to you, would be happy to pick out some data request and supplement and offer just a little bit more discussion of whether it's reasonable to expect this to recur in roughly the same materiality and timing.
Sure. And if you want to, I mean, this is Exhibit F, if you want to, however you want to do it, I really don't mind. If some sort of narrative just saying what this is and whether you can expect to see it again next year, that would be helpful.
So there is already a brief description of what this is in the glossary. It's attachment A, MBFMCC, numbered row 102 or Excel row 105. I'll just read the description because it's brief. It says, recovery of costs associated with the system-wide reliability metrics bill inserts provided to customers annually as directed in PURA's ruling to motion 46 and docket number 171203 RE08. And I did see the provided annually, but I'm not sure how the costs may vary annually. So I just want to study that. But given the materiality, I just want to study that a bit further. Before.
Yeah, and I guess my other question would be, this is a credit, which may be a true up. I don't know from, so that's the other reason I'm curious about it, is it's
our customer's going to get this amount of credit each year.
Right.
I understand.
Okay, that was my last question, but I've been rejoined by my colleagues. Anyone else? Any other commissioners? Okay, redirect Attorney Vaughn.
Yeah, could we possibly break for like 10 minutes, Chairman
Sure.
Wheel, and then we'll come back?
Yeah, let's break
redirect.
until 3:40. That's 14 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
One moment. I just wanted to reconfirm, I'm talking with a colleague here, and when I saw that number, it made me think 7,896,000, it was specific, and I remember that number. It appears that this version that you have in front of you has that line mislabeled, that was really associated with the Reggie funds that came in, associated with Deep's request that the Reggie funds get used to reduce the non-bypassable FMCC. And on that note, we apologize for that. I don't know why you have that version, but it may be also related to Mr. Apollonia's error with the other formula. The numbers are correct. It just must have got shifted. So we will be refiling Exhibit F and any others that might have had that issue.
Okay, great. And a quick follow-up to that, I think I saw on the narrative though, but with Reggie, the company doesn't make known and measurable adjustments because there's no way to know next year whether there even will be revenue. Is that?
That is completely true, which is why we added it back in so that we aren't taking it as a credit again. Well, we can't verify that it will come.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're good for, what did I say? 3:40.
3:40. Thank you.
Let me just double check with Jacob, but yes. You're 30s for now, and then.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, we don't want to make it sound like we have a lot. Just put it on the plate. That's fine.
Okay. I guess. Bye. See my way.
That's a lot of reiterate. No anytime stuff. You don't work it. You don't push it. Yeah, but I was yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's okay, yeah. Oh my God. So now I get all player. Oh. Well, the questions are not of that. Yeah, it's but I'm sorry, about that. Yeah, I did that. No, I. Yeah, well, sure. All, or at the yeah. Well, he played hard. Yeah. He was good. I had this one. Yeah.
What does it?
They did. What? Oh, wait, it's like. And now they got it again. Have you transcribed that?
No,
What if it's not there?
Yeah.
Damn blower.
We're looking at we have a big plan for how to improve this room. Like, what if we can like big vents, or something? Oh, we had a guy from a vendor come in, look at all the stuff. I actually reached out to, you had asked me to reach out to Frank. He's out today, but I'll. Be interested. Got it.
I know I frankly should find.
They look at this, they also look at your two Martians.
Yeah.
So, let's get a quote. Nothing trying to work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is, it's still not quite like. They're older. One of the.
Do it outside, that thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You could probably, like, if you have headphones on that are hearing. Well, so one of the things I had asked they were both on was for like a direct input. So you put the headphones into everything. That's part of the process, yes.
That was. The old days, I think they have. Correct, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what happened to it?
I don't
Probably
know.
before we.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, use that headphone that went directly into the.
They have is right secret, right?
Yeah, it's not like bring a little area of like.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Malfunction.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured something out. Hopefully we're gonna get from her. That would be an issue. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah.
I say it.
I'm sure someone.
Little bird.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of people we don't know. Like tomorrow, I've got someone's in a church, but tomorrow. I don't know what that is. So Laura and I have been asked them now to give us a name. Before, because no one can recognize him, just let you guys in. So now that like you guys, after you guys merged, I have no idea who I'm on. Are there like paper this up?
Yeah,
So.
I know.
Yes, oh, but the other day, so like I had the hardest time booking for tomorrow's hearing because I had to, it was at one of those like short turnaround ones. And there's like a 7-day, like every book had, or 7 days or something.
No, I didn't.
I couldn't book my all. Like
My son was.
so that's what
I
I was
was
staying out
staying
there.
there.
It was really complicated. I said, well.
All right, I'll get this.
I mean, we got it done. I mean, so I ended up looking twice, and this morning I had to be like, hey, I'm only going to one. It's kind of not making it. The same lesson.
My office, no. From New York. It's you.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, that was a bad one, but we had already started, and we
Yeah.
know the.
Oh, yeah.
And I called them, that was like, I called like 1-800, you know what, that's like, I used to get a call like. Yeah.
But
Right
what
in
are
there.
the- Yeah, it's-
Recently,
it's-
yeah,
circle.
So I tried to give it.
Oh, yeah, it's just she had a walk in and she had said something about like she was in a waiting room, so I was for like
Yeah,
30 minutes, but like, I mean, everyone else was.
So I actually.
No, not.
I went back.
Yeah, oh.
I jumped down.
Every single. And I was still. Yeah. I think she just forgot. But since she was not ready for it, you know, there was no way.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. No, if you had let everyone in already, you get her spending. Okay. It's so there was like store. Yeah. It's great. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, it is 3:40. We are back on the record for redirect if you've got it, Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you, Chairman Wheel. We have limited redirect. Mr. Hurwitz, do you recall cross-examination from earlier this morning, discussion with authority staff regarding the comparison of Eversource's and UI's hardship uncollectible expenses included in the SBC?
Do.
And have you, since that cross-examination, have you had an opportunity to review the Excel spreadsheet? Notice of admitted evidence was taken into the record in this case that Eversource had filed?
I have.
And can you provide any further commentary regarding the comparison that Pure staff was drawing between Eversource's and UI's uncollectible expenses?
I can. First, I'll note that we're here today representing UI. We cannot speak for Eversource. We can't speak to their collection practices, their service territories, their internal dynamics, their customer base. We can only speak to ourselves. We can only speak to UI and those things for us. But in reviewing the evidence that was admitted by Pura last week, I'll observe that on Eversource's version of the SBC exhibit, they have reflected on page 2, and I'm looking at the Excel file that was admitted by Pura on page 2, 115.7 million of total expenses and hardship protection costs. Now, included within that number is approximately 83.75 million of state bond funding. If you were to back out that state bond funding, you arrive at a total expenses exclusive of state bond funding of approximately 199.5 million. Comparing that to the reserve for uncollectible hardship accounts on that exhibit, approximately 22.2 million, you get a ratio of 11.1%. In other words, setting aside state bond funding, it appears from my cursory review of Eversource's exhibit that Eversource's hardship accounts represent approximately 11% of the SBC. In comparison, we filed our own version of Exhibit H, obviously. You can go to Exhibit H, page 2 from our March 2nd filing, where you'll see a total expenses of approximately 107.2 million. That number for us is not reduced by state bond funding. As we talked earlier today, we reflected state bond funding in a separate place in our exhibits. We have just under 13 million of uncollectible billings for low-income customers. The ratio of those two numbers is about 12.1%. In other words, the ratio of us as compared to the ratio of Eversource is very comparable. I can infer from Pura staff's questions that the Eversource ratio declined significantly in 2025 based on their filing, but it appears from our review of their materials that Eversource has declined to a place that is similar to where UI has been.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. And Mr. Daniels, Along that same vein, could you provide a description of the steps that the company takes to minimize uncollectibles?
Yeah, and I think I'll reiterate some information in CA 39. I believe it would be the most appropriate response here. Just to talk about the suite of offerings that the company does offer. Obviously, we have our two-tier, soon to be five-tier low-income discount rate. We've partnered with DSS to identify customers that we previously were unable to identify and remove some barriers for customers to enroll in programs, including the matching payment program and to be enrolled in LIDR. Our flexible payment arrangements, the auto enrollments that we do into the matching payment program, as well as some of the direct community engagement that we've done, where we're now out more often within the community, meeting customers where they are, so that we can inform them about programs, get them enrolled in programs, either for hardship or for also for reducing consumption, as well as a very robust communication strategy that's multi-channel, where we also engage other stakeholders like EOE, OCC, and other various other organizations to understand how to communicate and educate our customers best. And I think really those things have helped to mitigate and lower uncollectible expenses as we've come into this post-COVID world.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. And just one additional line of redirect examination. Mr. Daniels and Mr. Hurwitz, do you recall cross-examination from OCC Attorney White regarding the compliance filing and performance metrics submitted by the company in this case?
Yes.
And is it accurate to your knowledge that the company's proposed calculations of those performance metrics were provided in a motion in docket number 24-1004?
Yes, they were provided in motion 124 and docket 24-1004. Well, we were asked to calculate baseline metrics to compare our 2025 results to be then submitted in this year's RAM to determine executive compensation. We were asked to calculate the baseline metric using two different methodologies. We, as compliance, supplied those calculated baseline metrics within the 24-1004 docket on January 30th of this year. We are awaiting ruling from PURA on which baseline methodology to use for the RAM, but have not received confirmation as of yet. In order to comply with the filing requirement for this year's RAM docket, our approach was to take both, do a comparison of our 2025 results compared to both baseline metric calculations, as to one, be compliant, and two, not hold up the process in determining which where we were in terms of KPI achievement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels. And to your knowledge, had any other party responded to that motion number 124?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. I can, it's a little unorthodox, but I can report we are going to rule on that motion. It's in the works, so it's not one of these mysterious are they, aren't they situations. And with that, I think we can adjourn today's hearing. I'm just pulling up my next dates. Well, first of all, we discussed we're targeting March 16th as a deadline for supplements. We have a tentative proposed decision release date of March 26th with exceptions April 6th, oral arguments if requested April 9th, and the interim decision tentatively scheduled for issuance on April 22nd. And then we will see everybody back here at some point in the spring for the next round of hearings for phase 2.
Thank you very much. And Chairman Wheel, not to belabor it or keep us here any later in the afternoon, I had supplementing CAU 1 to provide the calculation of carrying charges for bond funding for both in the SBC and NBFMCC. I had a question on, I guess I just want to compare notes with you. I want to make sure that we're providing you with the updates that we have committed to during the hearing, in addition to whatever we flagged at the outset.
Yep. Well, what we were looking for on bond funding was just the calculations for the actual monthly carrying costs themselves. So what the rate that was being used and how it was being applied to the balance.
And then I believe we had a question about the discrepancy between the 105 million and the 107 million in the SBC that we said we would take a look at and resolve. I believe we offered to provide an update as to the hosting capacity map decision on whether or not that was O&M or the capitalization decision, I guess I would call that. I believe we were asked to supplement Exhibit F to remove the internal linking and provide hard-coded values and potentially Exhibit H there too. And that was, and then the other ones that, whatever we flag to the extent we can get those in, I know we can't do the TAC because of timing stuff, but we will, does that line up with you so that we're just capturing everything? It sounds like.
Yes. I guess maybe I'll just add, even though we've finished the hearing now, has the company had an opportunity to confirm for sure that $9 million was Reggie, that like mislabeled the last thing we talked about before?
The 7 point whatever, 9 million.
Yes, $8 million, sorry.
Yes, and I was just going to add to that supplement, when we refile Exhibit F to remove the U numbers, we will fix the line pagination.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, that was the only other one I had on my list, but we're all set with that.
Thank you so much. Thanks for indulging me.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.